I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Niger boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes is basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Van Gogh. Get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality, spicy body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing you need endurance to go in. I got mileage on this pen, I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
in shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Aslı.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Aslı.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running.
Moving for what?
But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love him when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to be here with you guys. Thank you all so much for joining tonight on a Monday night court. I just wanted to shout everybody out really quick too that's here. And thank you guys so much for leaving the green and blue hearts for Sebastian and Devlin. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. So good to see you. And thank you for being here, Chuchi. Thank you so much, Chuchi. Also, I see Kylie's Nail Candy is here and Deanna. Deanna, I hope you get some sleep. I know sometimes I can't sleep. I mean, obviously I'm a night owl, but when I can't sleep, I know sometimes I just turn on a podcast and fall asleep with the earbuds in, you know. Hello, Miss Ann Reynolds. Well, I hope you're feeling better, Miss Ann, really soon. I always appreciate you guys being here and hitting the like button, and just watching, right? Getting the views is always helpful for the channel. So thank you so much, you guys. And, anytime you hit the like button, any of that stuff helps so much. Hey, Sparky, good to see you. Thank you so much. Oh, I hope you're feeling better from your procedure. Oh, my goodness. Aw, well, much love to you too, Sparky. And retired Ganny says, I agree. Tell or show where Sebastian's at, right? And we're going to talk a lot about that today. Why haven't the Proudfoots or Seth or any of the family for that matter, right? Why has no one been cleared but the green hoodie? Because obviously and I'm going to talk about some of the findings on Green Hoodie as well that I kind of came up with a little later too. But when I see Savannah Guthrie's family has been cleared, is it because they have a bunch of money, or is it because that's the norm, right? I think statistically, and in most cases, they do come out and clear the family members at some point and not 2 years later. So, just tell us, right? And we need to know where Sebastian is, because even if we figure out, okay, he didn't make it home for sure, he did make it home for sure, he made it, he got out of the house with, being carried, out. If we're to believe any of that, then we still don't know where Sebastian is. Inevitably, we won't know after that what happened, right? Unless we know where the car went, right? Say he was taken in away in a car. Some of us think that, right? Or there was a handoff. Well, where do we go from there, even, right? We still don't know where Sebastian is, and we need to find him. 2 years is way too long. So thank you, retired Ganny, for coming in and letting me know what you think. And Gail, so good to see you, Gail. That's right. We are Sebastian and Devlin's armies. And guys, I do have the green poster board, so you'll see just a green poster board that's blank, right? And then you guys can write whatever you'd like. I got some really sweet comments from people, and it really made me feel good. So I appreciate you guys so much for that. And it just really helps boost my motivation when I get positivity like that, because sometimes the negativity can take over. It's been really fugly lately, right? It's been rough, and I'm just not going to get up here and sound like a broken record. And I also don't really want to speak too much on, what's going on, interpersonally between creators and things like that. Um, I can do that with my close friend creators that I trust, right? And then not really speak on it publicly, because honestly, it's none of my business when they have beef, and it's none of my business, or it's nobody else's business, particularly when I have beef, right? You guys don't care about that. You're here for true crime. So, I just think that it's, um, important to kind of take a little bit of time off and step away, right? And I don't know, I was watching some hilarity on Family Feud. It was like a compilation of Steve Harvey asking Mary Jane questions, and it was really hilarious. I should have shared it out. I usually try to share some stuff like that when I see it. But I was, spending some time doing that. I was kind of listening into what was going on as well, but it's hard to catch everything. And I just I don't like taking things at face value. I'd rather look into it, research somebody. Like if somebody's like, oh, I don't like that person, I try to go check them out at least before I make a judgment. Or sometimes I just don't care either way. No offense. But Celine Howard, so good to see you, says, I wish the gathering could start at the governor's mansion the first day. It could get more media attention. That way they would know it will continue to Sumner County Sheriff's Office more media, in my opinion. Well, I think that's a good opinion to have, Celine. I I have to only disagree because I did move my trip up a little bit, so I'm gonna leave Monday, and so if they do it on Monday, I won't be able to be there. Because it was better that way. I have to transfer funds and stuff after I get paid from YouTube, so it's just like a little bit smarter, and I'll make sure everything is transferred over by then onto the card that I'm going to use for the trip, because it's, I have to use like a, all bank card. It can't be like a Venmo or Cash App or anything. And I do need to transfer stuff around. So I just figured that would be better. Plus, I had to upgrade my vehicle to an SUV. So, because I don't know what the weather's gonna be like, and I don't wanna be riding back roads in a little car if the weather's not gonna be nice. So, I did like it was only like $20, so that was good. And I saved a little by booking the trip a little bit more ahead and things like that. So, um, that's kind of where I'm at with that. I'm not sure what their plans are, because I know you can go to the Facebook group and you can, get details there. I haven't been back on Facebook for a little bit, so I need to get my butt over there and check that out, because I know that there was talk about doing something at the governor's mansion a while back. I think that it would be good to kind of maybe do it at different locations leading up to, but as far as I know, it's going to be at the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, like in front of the office, down in that area. So that's, to the best of my knowledge, what they're going to do. Um, and I think it's just a call to action, for the sheriff's office to do something. One thing that I would love to see is Seth being cleared, right? Because again, when we talk about, I'll just post this here. When we talk about other cases and people are getting, cleared, the family members are being cleared because it's stressful, right? So I just said thank you for clearing the family. That's to Pima County Sheriff's Office, respectfully. I should have probably put that, so that they can continue looking for their loved one without the added stress, right? Sumner County, it's been 2 years. Come on, clear Seth, hashtag clear Seth Rogers, right? Because that's going to be one of the drum beats for me, right? Is to go there and say, hey, Seth deserves to be cleared. And I'm going to write some reasons on the big bright green poster board, right? That's going to be the main focus for me on my side. I'm not going to make any hateful signs towards Chris and Katie. One reason being that Seth does not appreciate that, and I don't blame him. I wouldn't want um that. I mean, maybe if I thought that, my ex-husband did something to our daughter, I mean, I might be vicious. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I'd be like a freaking cat, I'd be upset. And I don't blame Seth for any way that he feels. We all deal with things differently. We all are entitled to feel what we feel and go through what we're going through the way that we see fit, right? So, Marion, thank you so much for being here. I so appreciate your kindness. Thank you so much. And Bo is here. Hey, Bo, good to see you, Witchy Mama. Good to see you, Witchy Mama. I just love our witchyisms that Witchy, Witchy gives us. So awesome. And hey, Valley Gal, good to see you. Thank you guys so much. Always for the hearts. Always, always, always. And Joe Neal, you had me cracking up. This song is fire, he says. And Gail again. I said hi to Gail earlier. Sorry, guys. And Wild Wolf. Hey, Wild Wolf. Good to see ya. And Deanna, thank you so much for the hearts. And Sasha is here. Good to see you. Hey, KJ. Good to have you here. And Trishy is here. Hey, Trishy. Good to see you. Thank you guys all so much for being here. Cinderella, good to have you. Let's see. Well, I think I got everybody. Oh, but Crazy Bird is here. No, and then Shadow. Hello, Coffee Crime and Cats. Good to see all of you guys. Welcome in. Thank you for being here. And Lisa is here. Lisa B always. What the heck is going on with the foot? Not a whole lot. They don't talk a lot of truth, right? I wanted to re-examine some of the things that they were telling Nerdy Addict, because I feel like I kind of glossed over it, maybe, or maybe I just don't remember This is terrible. Remember reviewing it. So if it seems a little somewhat repetitive, I understand, but I think it's important for us to listen into what Nerdy is saying here that Chris told him, right? Like, because there was also, we were talking about the warrant that was served. And, everybody was like, well, did they give one to Seth? And it's like, no, that's not how it works. And the sad part about the trauma community trying to do anything with true crime, in my opinion, is that they just don't understand how it all works, right? And I mean, I'm not saying that all of us know best either, but I'm just saying that if they don't take the time to understand that if a specific warrant is served on a specific residence, right? They're not going to go and serve one on another residence if it's not connected, right? I mean, hey, if it's connected, then yeah, there would be two. But obviously, it's so blatantly obvious. It's so blatantly obvious that Seth should be cleared as well, you know. Um, so good to see you. Chris will be at the meeting. No, Droop Drop. He will not. He will not, as far as I know. He said on Queen Bee most recently that he would advise against it, right? He doesn't think that we should have a gathering of voices for Sebastian's 2 year. And I think that that is fine and well. Just tell us what happened then, come clean. So, you know, hey, 5D, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Hello. And let's see here. Lady Freedom haven't cleared them because everyone will really know that they are guilty. I agree with that, 5D. Yeah, I mean, that's one of my theories as to why they haven't, right? Everyone will know that they're guilty and they haven't cleared Seth because in order to bring more eyes on this case, Seth needs to be cleared. It's cruel. I think it is very cruel. I think it is just exactly what the Pima County Sheriff's Office is saying about the Guthrie family, right? Because they they're automatically going to get scrutinized because of the family, right? Because statistically speaking, the family is involved. It's someone things like that. It's the people that are closest to you. It's the people that have access to you, that are the ones that typically will take somebody or hurt somebody. Abductions are separate, but in Sebastian's case, there's no evidence of an abduction. There's also no evidence that Sebastian's not with us anymore. There's also no evidence that he is, right? So it's such a double-edged sword. It's horrible. And for them to come out and clear the green hoodie, which I might be having to clear Texana Fernandez of being the green hoodie, right? Because she is, in my opinion, not the green hoodie, even though I thought we had a positive match there. But I had to do some more research as well. And it always takes more and more research, right? Until we come to the answer. There's no reason that Seth should have been cleared after. Yeah. I mean, it's too long, right? Crazy Bird, it's too long, right? So this post says, to be clear, the Guthrie family, to include all siblings and spouses, has been cleared as possible suspects in this case. The family has been nothing but cooperative and gracious and are victims in this case. To suggest otherwise is only wrong, excuse me, is not only wrong, but it's also cruel. The Guthrie family are victims, plain and simple, right? And that is my take and my perception of Seth, very much so. Very much so. Plain and simple, he's a victim of having a missing child. And they go on to say, please, I'm begging you, the media, to honor our profession and report with some sense of compassion and professionalism. And that's a statement from the Pima County Sheriff's Office, right? I think it's very cruel to not clear a father of a missing child or a mother of a missing child or even the family who are under heavy scrutiny by the media. It's not only unprofessional of us to report otherwise once we know that what's true. It and the best example that I can give of that is in Devlin Tate's case, right? I looked at the family and I scrutinized the family very harshly, right? Every single one of them. And I said, look, I believe that A, B, and C are true about this. But then when the police come out and they say we are not suspecting the family, and they are signed up to do polygraphs with us, that's where, as a YouTuber, as even a human being, I have to take a step back and say, okay, let's see what those results say. Right? Like, I could still side eye people, but for me to come up here and say, well, I think the family's still guilty and F law enforcement, that's irresponsible, right? And that goes for this case, right? The Guthrie case, and it goes for Sebastian Rogers' case as well, right? But the fact of the matter is that the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, and shame on you, Eric Craddock, shame on you, TBI, for putting this family, and I'm saying Seth, through a cruel and unusual punishment that he does not deserve, in my opinion. Hashtag clear Seth Rogers. Thank you, Emma Cupcake, too. And IML is here. Hey, IML, good to see you. I still don't understand why there hasn't been another large search. It's negligence on Ellie's part. Here's the thing. I understand them not using resources if they don't know where to search, right? That was my biggest thing, right? Like, when Jen asked me, Lady Freedom, where do you want to, or where do you think Sebastian is, right? Are there any places that you would like to go to? And I was like, I don't know where he is. you know, Truth be told, I don't know where he is. If he was, I'd be like, let's search this area right here, right? I mean, I think that it's frustrating that they have not, come up with search areas. It really is, because they know more than we do. They do. And so they should be searching, but that also tells me that maybe because they have the most information, that the information that they have is leading them to not searching in the woods, not searching, again over and over again in the same spots, because he's not there, right? Sebastian's not there. And what they've been investigating for the last 2 years, because very early on they scaled back those searches, right? Very early on they had a second search at the landfill. And then the third search was in April, when the United Cajun Navy came through to assist in searching. That's when they did a large scale search themselves as well. Right. And then they did the last press conference. So there's that. Hey, Sasha. Sasha says, and yeah, the FBI is frustrated with sheriff, yet hasn't said a word about Craddock. I'm absolutely, I can't find words for the FBI. I would like to protest in front of the Nashville FBI. Yeah, I mean, they do have a field office there, as far as I know. And, I think that would be a strong place to go. I think that would be an area also where maybe there's not as much awareness about Sebastian's case. So I think that's a very good idea, Sasha. Seth is an amazing person to have that kind of love in his heart, to not want bad things said about those two scum of the earth. I agree, crazy bird. I agree. Because again, I don't know how I would, do that. I mean, I could possibly have some sort of compassion, but after 2 years, whew, I'd be on fire. I'd be pissed. Especially if my ex-husband didn't even do me the courtesy of giving me a heads up as to, whether, or giving me proof. I mean, I would feel the need to give my Apple Watch over if I was Katie, the data, right? Not her watch, but her data, the data off of it, stating and proving that she was asleep that night that Sebastian went missing. But she can't do that, nor has she. Brenda, so good to see you. Hey, Brenda Calvert. We're gonna be searching, I think. I am going to bring my muck boots. I gotta pull them out of the storage. But that was some other things I was working on, is getting, like a list together of things that I need. But I think it would be a good thing if the weather is okay to maybe go search a couple of Jen's hotspots. So that is definitely something that I'm thinking about doing. Droop drop. I just want to make sure that, I'm being a support for Seth, and whoever else is at the gathering of voices, because it's very important that we do it. Um, I don't want to go too far off a kilter with what everybody's doing, but I also will have a little bit of time to maybe do that while I'm there. So I think it would be a good thing. Searches are always a good thing if we know, whereabout we can search. And that's why I value what Jen does so much, because she does have the hot spots and does help with finding places to search. So, um, yeah. Hey, Holly S., good to see you. Hey, Poppy Love, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Who cares what the doors are doing or saying? They're not important. Sebastian is. Yeah, I agree. I think that Sebastian has. Are you excited, Trishy, for the nerdy? I like Nerdy Addict. I know a lot of people are like, oh, Lady Freedom, I don't like nerdy, but that's okay. Look, here's the thing. I just would invite you guys, if you do stick around and listen, to, like, understand that we're all going to have a difference of opinion, but we all bring something to the table, right? Like, we all have value. We can't just be like, oh, that person's just crap, just throw them away, right? Like, I don't have that stance on anybody, like even people that are horrible. you know Everybody can bring things to the table, but I do want to say, I do think that Nerdy has interesting content, and I think he works hard. He's extremely intelligent, and he comes with the receipts. I mean, I love that. And so, who cares? Oh, yes. And Crazy Bird, I think that the focus has been taken off of Sebastian. I really knew that it would. Okay, Telly, I knew that was you. I love that name though. That's cute. I'm a cupcake too. That's so cute. Um, so yeah, I mean, I just want it to go back to Sebastian, right? Like, where is he? What can we do to find him? Where can we search? And I think you guys are asking amazing questions. Thank you, Marion. I think you guys are asking just the best questions, because where can we find Sebastian, right? Which way did they go? First of all, say he was handed off somewhere. What happened next? So, excuse me. Oh my gosh, I just choked a little bit on my wow. Okay. So yeah, Trishy scared the crap out of me. She said, "Go look at the Esme dude." Oh yeah. Esme, I'll get a drink. So Esme is a weirdo. Okay, when I was going over, so I also have a video I'm working on, but I have to make room for it because I don't have a whole lot of storage. And I also have a pending iPhone update, which is horrible. Horrible timing for that. But anyway, I was going through some of my old like screenshots, Trishy, and oh my gosh, that guy is so creepy. And I don't know why people have not looked more into him. Because I even think he looked like that the yellow jacket guy. Um, which yeah, that made me like that made me cough because I'm like, oh my God. Um, he is crazy. And he also does like movie makeup. So he's very good at like making himself look like somebody else. So really interesting. Hey Holly, Holly says Sumner isn't doing a thing. I just think that they're becoming too stagnant. They really have. And I understand, like, I was also watching the first interview with News Nation, and it was Heather PI, and she's like, well, Seth can be hard to deal with. Oh, Holly, they have not seen anybody hard to deal with until I show up, because I'll tell you, and I'm not talking about for the voices and things like that. I'm talking about, like, if it was me, I would be a nut, like, so hard to deal with? No. No. Mm-mm. I think Seth has been reasonable in my opinion. Janet says abuse CPS. Yes, I agree, Janet. I do. Um, why are they not in court for abuse? I know, I know. Katie, where is Sebastian? I think, Janet, that is such a valid complaint, you know? So, um, it's such a valid complaint. I get that a lot, and I get people asking that a lot, and for the life of me, I can't find a really good reason, um, besides that they were gonna put it in with, either a kidnapping or even worse, something worse, right? And roll that into the charges. Sometimes the lesser charges fall off anyway, but the fact that they haven't even charged them with anything is an issue for me too. And I think that's why we're so impatient. We want to see some action, right? Yeah, IML. Okay, so Texana looked exactly like the green hoodie, right? It's just so hard because the pictures are blurry. Another thing I wanted to mention really quick too before we get into to nerdy is that um they have this shit that they okay, I'm sorry, Night Court. They have this shit that they put out with at night media. And it's not, like I said, I'm not going to fault anybody or anything when it comes to how to deal with a missing child's case, right? Unless it's like egregious and we all understand that it's like morally wrong, right? But here's the thing, if they release all of this shit in his case, what is that going to do to help his case? Um to me, I don't know. And I'll tell you, I had the official Dog the Bounty Hunter page come in here the one night talking about how they were going to release some footage from the bowling alley, and they never did, right? They never released that. So, I'm like, just stop already. Hey, Magic Star, just stop already. It's ridiculous. It's like, I don't know. I'm just aggravated with them. And Trishy says, especially when Seth has a rock solid, verifiable alibi. And that's the thing, Trishy. I mean, that's one of my big reasons why I think that Seth needs to be cleared, right? They could have verified that so easily that they could have cleared Seth before they cleared Green Hoodie, right? And so in my opinion, they just need to have that needs to happen, right? Because even his boss coming on TV and talking about Sebastian's case and talking about how Seth is an employee of his, I think that should speak volumes too. But Seth has never really received any type of respect, in my opinion, when it comes to that. As a matter of fact, it's bred a lot of disrespect from people who are already disrespectful, obviously, but in the same way, um, it's still not right. And I just think that that needs to happen. And I think that would be, a very small thing that they could do to help with the rumors, right? So, because they're out of control. They just really are out of control. Thank you, Chuchi. Sasha says, and the FBI has the nerve to complain about the sheriff in Arizona, but doesn't say a word about Craddock. Nashville FBI needs a wake up call from the Michael Horowitz tomorrow morning. I mean, I agree with that as well, Sasha. Here's the thing. I mean, at the very least, I'm surprised that the FBI hasn't put any pressure on for there to be more or a little bit more transparency when it comes to clearing the family members, right? I mean, they can't clear Chris and Katie when they were the ones who lost Sebastian, no offense, but it's going to be very, very difficult. Again, if Chris was in Memphis as he says he was, then he didn't have anything to do with it, but then it still leaves Katie. There's no one left to blame. There's been major serial K that have passed through Polly's test with flying colors. Yeah, absolutely. Well, Ted Bundy is one of them that passed his. I watched an interesting documentary on psychopaths, right? Psychopathy. And it was very interesting. And, this group of men, there were no women subjects because they were in a men's facility. But I thought it was interesting because they were so manipulative and charismatic that they were taking the programs that they were given, right? And they were able to mirror match what they were being asked to, right? Like, as in, okay, this is what you're supposed to, be when you're normal and not a psycho. Right? But they would take it on and they would be able to use it to their advantage to make people think that they weren't, batshit crazy psychopaths. With all due respect, I understand it's a mental illness, but yeah, it's just I've had a lot of run-ins with a lot of people that seem to have the same tendency. So I just found it to be interesting. And again, it's a lot of women. These just happened to be male subjects. Either way, they were taking on what was expected of them and mirroring it. And so I agree with you that that's where a polygraph isn't always reliable. But I also want to consider the subject, Carla, because when we consider the subject, um, it can tell us a lot. Um, because we are all individuals, and so I just think that, like, some people aren't smart enough, like, they're just not the regular Joe, no offense to Joe in here, but the regular person, or Jane is not gonna be smart enough to outdo the poly, in my opinion, because how it's run is they do a baseline, and they figure that out. So they're kind of learning. Now you can take medications, right, that can alter the results as well. Um, but I think if we're to believe, because I mean, that's one thing that I mean, I trust that Nancy Grace had, an FBI uh, polygraphist to come in and administer this polygraph to Seth. And so if I believe that Seth is exonerated through his polygraph results, I would have to apply the same thing to Tamra, Will, and Sabrina. Otherwise, I would be a hypocrite, and um, I would I would think that you guys probably wouldn't trust my analysis because I was showing Seth a bias, right? That I shouldn't be showing him. Even it doesn't matter whether I think Seth is a good dad or not. I do. I think he's a great dad. And as a matter of fact, there's a lot of kids like our Summer Wells that do not have a dad like Seth that is fighting for her. She doesn't have a mom that's fighting for her. She's got two shitheads, right? In my opinion, there's Candace. I mean, yeah. So that's the way I have to be fair across the board, right? I mean, um, KJ says, have you arranged any major news networks, Vinny, Nancy, anybody big to cover the gathering? I would love to go live there if it's reasonable to do so. Yeah, I mean, I think we're all going to cover it as creators. I don't know. I would think the local news would be there. I'm sure they'll be there the day of. As far as me and mainstream media, I'm not. This is terrible. I'm not really a fan anymore of the mainstream media. I'm just not. The coverage is tired and, like, I don't know. It's just we know things way before they do, and, like, it's just weird. I would rather get breaking news on YouTube, which sounds terrible. Not that I don't respect what they do. I mean, obviously they've been to school for journalism and everything. That us here, we've never, done that. So I'm respectful where it's deserved, but yeah, I don't see them bringing anything positive to the table, honestly. If they want to show up, that's great. I don't really care to be on anybody else's show besides my own. So I'm just happy here on my, where I make the rules, so to speak. I mean, you got YouTube, but it's not that bad. Hey, Tennessee nurse, thank you so much for your super chat. She says, thank you for your continued fight for Sebastian and for keeping an open mind for the truth. Aw, thank you, TN nurse. You are amazing. Oh, I'll be listening, but it's been a rough day at work. Much love. Well, much love to you too. I hope you take the time to get some R&R, and I know that's so important after a long day. And hey, thank you, Trishy. The three in the bushes hit the hit the thumbs down. Oh no. Oh no. Hey, I don't care. Engagement is engagement, right? I usually leave comments up. I mean, if it's really nasty or something hateful, like I might delete it. But I tend to leave comments up. Like sticks and stones, right? Can break my bones, but words can never hurt me, kind of thing. I don't know. It feels like Sebastian was never important enough to Sumner County for them to put every resource into investigation. Virtual silence, just like the Proudfoots wanted, in my opinion. Yeah, when we get into this warrant business, that Nerdy Addict is saying or talking about, I think that, Chris Proudfoot has enough. Well, I think he's caused enough of a circus that the police aren't trying to make more of a circus, right? And so I think that they were trying to keep it as quiet as they possibly can. But then here's Chris, going and blabbing about it. But that's just because he's confident, right? Because nothing came of it unless they just gathered some more information. But, you know, Sammy says, I've always felt like not only they tried to set up Seth behind the scenes, but I think they were trying at first to make it look like Sebastian took off walking to Seth's. Yeah, I think he was dropped off along the route. Well, and he very well could have been. And Sammy, I think they were trying to set up Seth and Sebastian, right? They were disparaging Sebastian and Seth both. And at first it was like they wanted to show this united front, but that didn't last very long. Like that front didn't last very long, did it? So, I mean, I agree. They convinced the police that, Sebastian just walked off, right? And I thought that maybe he did go in the direction of his dad's house too, because I was like, well, where does his dad live? And then I'm like, in Clarksville. Well, he certainly wouldn't have, walked to Clarksville in the middle of the night by himself unless he had to. Then we start thinking about those possibilities. But now that we know what we know, I think that, Sebastian very well could have been taken out in the middle of the night or handed off before he made it home. I think those two things are like 75-25. Sometimes I'm 50-50 on it, depending on how far I get into the one theory or the other. I've always tried to work them all out, but then again, I still come to the same conclusion that I'm not any further than I was when I first started thinking about it, because obviously we don't know where Sebastian is, what happened to him next, and I'm stuck at the end of both of those theories, wondering where they took him. So thank you, Holly, for your super sticker. Thank you, thank you. Why isn't KP up on charges at least? Well, and I mean, there was a lot of talk about the CPS cases and things like that, and Katie was getting in trouble for allowing Sebastian to be in an abusive household, right? Like Katie wasn't, in my opinion, as far as we know, the one that was perpetrating the abuse on Sebastian. It was more so Chris. Now, Katie's cold attitude towards Sebastian and her scolding him when he did nothing wrong at the table that was visible, right? There could have been something earlier that happened that we don't know about. But when she was doing that to him, that, in my opinion, is a form of abuse, one that's less um, easy to prove, especially when we have no audio to this. Um, but she could have been very cruel and sharp with her words. And it seemed like Sebastian was very much um, anxious and worried and felt like, he looked like he was in trouble. He looked like he was trying to, avoid things. Amber Alert, it does equal abduction, Lisa, absolutely. And the FBI flyer as well says that yeah, I saw that glove thing, Sammy. That was good. That was good actually. I was like, okay, good laugh. But yeah, so I mean, I just think at the end of the day, it would really, really help if we could just get Seth cleared, if we could get a little bit more clarity on where we can be looking for Sebastian from law enforcement. That would be great. In Devlin's case, they've come out and they've told us that they're 50-50 with, foul play or an accident. So at least they were telling us, two options that they were very heavily considering. So again, for that, I appreciate it. I personally just prefer Sebastian home safe, whether he shares his trauma or not. It would be nice if he did so, if only to hold KP and CP accountable, but I just want him to be found safe above all. Yeah, like if he's found safe to Star, I mean, he's still a minor child instead of being an adult. Now, when he's 18, he would take the stand, but I think they might, especially because of Sebastian's um, conditions that he's dealt with, the chromosome deletion and also the autism. I think that they would keep his statements maybe private if he came back before he was 18. If not, the adults don't have as much privacy. But I would encourage him to stand up and speak. And I think that he would, just based on what he was doing before he went missing. Um, Hello, my PTSD brain filled by ADHD. So good to see you. Thank you for being here. Can Seth actually press charges on CP if the reports CPS are on him for abuse? Plus, he could use CP's own words on these interviews. Also, KP could be filed on for knowing and allowing it. I don't know if possible. Yeah, I mean, I think that that is a very high possibility. Yeah, I do. I do think that he could maybe take civil action against them, if he so choose. Winner 1900, thank you so much for the super sticker, or excuse me, super chat. Says, so many questions. Let's start with this one. Does everyone believe it was just three? Oh, it was just the tree leaves. One, does everyone just believe? I don't know how to answer that one, or 1900. I'm sorry. I'm like, am I missing something? Are you mean when are there no leaves on the trees in February? Oh, okay, on the tree. Gotcha. You watched that too, Crazy Bird? It was a good one. Those guys were scary as hell. Winterset 1900 says, in another huge case, all family have been cleared within weeks. Why have all three parents not been cleared? Nothing against Seth. It's okay. I mean, hey, I welcome all opinions as long as they're respectful. Like I don't like people bashing anybody in here, but I no, I completely understand your question and thank you for your respect here. Um, I think that many of these other cases, even if we look at Michael Monkey Vaughn, right? where we have Brandy Neal, who is obviously, just a hardworking mom, and she was at work, and they had another little daughter, and Monkey just slipped out of the house, right? And they were able to confirm to the public that like they did not do that on purpose. Nobody planned out. Nobody gave this young beautiful little boy away to these monsters. That he was just a rambunctious little boy who was out looking to play with his friends that day, or to find friends to play with. And they cleared him, and then in this case, and I really have to point back to the language, right? The verbiage here to suggest otherwise, it's not only wrong, it's cruel. It's wrong and cruel to Seth, right? It's wrong and cruel to Chris and Katie if they didn't have anything to do with it. Let's, quite frankly. So, Winner 1900, thank you so much for sending in a super chat. And you don't have to super chat all your questions. I'll read them out. I'm pretty good at that. I get behind in chat because of it, but hey, um, you know. Hey, Lisa Hunt, did Nancy send the results of Seth's polygraph to the Tennessee or the FBI? I'm sure she did. She's a former prosecutor, so she kind of knows the right people to get in touch with and things, you know. Jen says, let's quit pussyfooting around. I'm done keeping quiet. Jen, I'm with you, girl. I am so with you, and I understand it's very, very difficult to act like it's like not an urgent matter. Jen says, "Do you really want to know where Sebastian is?" Do I really want to know, or does who really want to know? Um, Again, I'm sorry, I don't understand that. Third question, why has Seth not filed a civil suit? And uh, it's not money because we would all help with what's the reason? I think he just wants to find Sebastian. And you got to remember, Seth has been so tied up in so much shit, like shit that I didn't even know he was going through, honestly. Because he's not worried about complaining about what he's going through. He's wondering where his son is. I mean, so Valley Gal says, Jen, please do tell. Hey, animal mother, good to see ya. In my opinion, half of the people in Tennessee don't know Sebastian's missing. I mean, you know, I would say that there's a strong possibility that a lot of people just don't know because they have not spread the awareness, in my opinion, like they're supposed to. Hey, Justice for Noog, I'm glad you're back. Welcome back. Thank you so much for being here. I'm still pissed no FBI in this case and attention like in Tucson. What the hell? I mean, look, I'm right there with you. I am right there with you. I think it's so important for us to have um, more clarity in this case, right? In Sebastian's case, look how fast they're moving too. Um, I will say, there's a couple of things that, in my opinion, are off. Um, about the investigation. I do not think they have the right backpack. I only laugh because I keep saying that and I feel like a broken record, but like I don't think they have the right one because there's no pocket on the other one. So yeah, who the heck is the FBI hiring since its inception? Why are parents from other states locked up even after their missing kid is gone and never found, but not in this case? I think that's a good question. Winner, I think it's a good question because, I mean, there's reasons and ways, in my opinion, that they could get the Proudfeet locked up for what they've done to Sebastian, what they have proof of, in my opinion. Um, and I think that that would probably yield some results of finding Sebastian, and that's my opinion. Good to see you, MST. Thanks for being here. I don't think anyone involved should ever be cleared, in my opinion, but also not harassed. Well, that's a good position to take. I think, animal mother, because I get what you're saying. I mean, either way, nobody should be harassed, right? I mean, there's no reason for that. It's not right, and it's wrong, it's cruel, you know, but I think because otherwise, if they don't have, some part of the family that has been cleared, it's very hard to get the resources, right? Because people don't wanna be working with the perpetrator of a crime, you know, and my good friend in, um, SAR, you know, he's even told me, like, there has been times where he has searched alongside the person who had involvement, right? So, hello, Thomas Randall, good to see ya. I'm just gonna start playing this Nerdy Addict, guys. We're gonna get a little bit caught up in chat here. So I want to get this pulled in and started. Let's see. I'm not saying the house was searched thoroughly, particularly with forensics, but I find it highly unlikely he was or is in the loft. Oh yeah, in the bonus room above the garage. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. We've kind of went over their whole house to see like what they could have been, um, or what, you know, what could have been used in the house to hide Sebastian and things like that. But they were also doing the thermal, and all of that. So I think once they were doing the thermal, they kind of figured out, you know, if he was, which is weird, but I mean, in the walls and things like that. So I would imagine that they were doing that too because they had a crawl space, or they have a crawl space. So I mean, that's a big area underneath the house where, you know, they could have, um, you know, hid Sebastian or something like that. Hello, Liberty. Good to see ya. Tennessee laws do not forbid belts. No, they don't. They don't. And that's the thing. I mean, you know, he absolutely tried to stay within the range of abuse, right? You could tell by what he was saying and what he was bragging about to everyone when he was bragging about the abuse. Um, Jen says, "Well, in my opinion, that's where CP him has him stuck at the present place and time in the loft of his house, in my opinion." Oh, in the bonus room. Good to see you too, Liberty. Uh I simply can't understand why Seth hasn't been cleared. Understand the circumstances, unless, in my opinion, Sumner County is appeasing the Proudfoots. I mean, I think that there could be a lot of that, you know. Um, I think Chris would go absolutely bonkers if law enforcement came out and cleared Seth, you know, Star. Hello, Ann from Alabama. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. So they do have that crawl space, and I think that's why they were using that thermal, Sasha. And also, I don't remember how many days in they were using it, but you know, you will still give off kind of like a heat signature, even a little bit after passing. So maybe that's why. Um, Yeah, like, absolutely ballistic, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, Magic Star, like, I could see him going completely off the rails like he did whenever he was, you know, making those, like, speaking in tongues, um, when he was going off about Brittany J. Yeah, like, whew. Or excuse me, KJ's says, I think Seth needs a lawyer or at least an advocate to help him put everything in place. That is a lot for one person, especially with a missing child. Yeah, and I mean, Seth has a really good support system to the best of my knowledge right now. You know, and a lot of it's the same people that have been with him, you know. So good night, Lisa. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you, thank you. Well, I guess that would be one way to push CP's buttons. I think it would. I think he'd go absolutely bonkers, you know, without the abuse victim. I can see it being hard for Seth to do much since there's no motives. Well, I mean, there's no witness. I agree. Justice for Duke, that's what it comes down to. you know, he was like, hey, hong, hong, bottle, bottle. I was like, what is happening? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was like going over my playlist and saw that one in there. I'm like, oh, snap. Hello, butterflies are free to fly. Good to see you. Oh my goodness. Hey, Holly S. Thank you for the thumbs up. I don't think you can do that in Tennessee. Oh, I'm sorry. I must have missed one. All right, guys. Well, let's get nerdy. We're getting nerdy here. All right, here we go. And of course, you know, I have an intro in here.
That was fucking messy. Let's see if we have audio this time, guys. Allegedly with Tiffany. What I've done, as opposed to stressing out StreamYard because Lady Justice was supposed to join us, I've opened up the phone line and I will provide a Zoom link once my heart rate goes back down. Tell me if you guys can hear this.
Hey, y'all. You reached allegedly with Tiffany. What's that smell? It smells like B.O.s. That's me. That's me for sure. Anyways, I wanted to talk about this judge because we should not have these type of judges up on the bench. He seems to be racist because if he's just dismissing stuff with prejudice, that ain't right, y'all. That ain't right. What's that smell? It smells like B.O.s. That's me. That's me for sure.
We have audio working. Thank goodness. We are going to go right into the featured video. It's about 10 minutes long. You guys should hear audio this time. Once we do that, I will start breaking down the visit. There's some stuff here that has not been disclosed until tonight. Lady Justice, if you are listening, telephone line is up on the screen. That will be the easiest way in about 10 minutes, but I will try launching the Zoom so you can join via video too. So with no further ado, guys. Okay, guys, so this is Sebastian's neighborhood. We all know
we've seen it several times. I was there a couple of times when I went last time. Just kind of drove around the area, get a good feel for the area. Marion, they did not use the scent dogs in the house to my knowledge. Um, and none of the dogs that they used um, caught onto a scent for Sebastian. So I think, with everything that they tried to do with them not having any type of scent or, anything for Sebastian, they didn't have him on camera. It's just, no evidence, right? But no evidence is evidence. We talk about that a lot here. So, let's see. The car should have been seen on more cameras. I agree. I agree. He's definitely not God-fearing. That's true. Butterflies are free to fly. Yeah, free to fly. Excuse me, blah. I can't talk today. Yeah, but I say so help him in hell, right? Yeah, and I mean, you know, Katie said a lot of weird that whole side of people like they love putting up that kind of ugly rhetoric and "Ooh, we're evil over here, we love it," and like all the weirdness, I don't know. I'd be like, don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby, like that's my stance. When somebody tries to put that on me, like they're proud of it. It's weird. And then Chris's mom, what she said, woo doggy. I agree with that, Sasha. I agree. Yeah, it's inevitable. KP will be arrested for something. I don't know about CP or anyone else. Yeah, I think KP will. I think she thinks so too. Otherwise, she would, I don't know, she wouldn't have lawyered up. In my opinion, which we're all entitled to lawyer up if we feel the need. All right, guys. So this is Old Hickory Dam, right? And he's talking about this. We've heard a lot about these different areas in the paperwork that Steve Fisher, the little book report that he came up with. But we're also going to find out why Nerdy decided to come over here to film, right? Like this guy is extremely intelligent, right? And he's not just going to like go to these places for no reason. There were reasons why he went to all of these places.
The body will collect at the dam, right? That's what usually happens.
Yeah, it will sit down there. So yeah.
So, all right. I appreciate it, man. Have a peaceful day. You know where I can find my staples for this guy? You know if there's a dam anywhere along here? Is there a dam? How far? I'm wondering. He's autistic and he's inclined to go near water. I'm trying to figure out where the dam is. I work for At Night Intelligence, but the night is a K. My probation officer calls me a nightmare with a K. Keep going this way, past the marina.
I'm not sure that way, but if you go here and make a left, go down.
Do you know what what's the dam's name?
Old Hickory.
Old Hickory Dam. I appreciate it, man. Have a peaceful day.
This is the street behind Stafford Court.
someone said to check some extensions on or construction, but there's nothing back here. Would you guys be able to hang this up here at your window? Thank you. I work for At Night Intelligence. That's night with a K. My friends call me Sir Render. My probation officer, he says that I'm a nightmare, but with a K. I appreciate it. You work here? I have a quick question. There's a missing boy from Hendersonville, and I assume this was taken in a boot barn. But you guys don't sell those kind of sneakers here, all right?
Was he in here?
That's what I'm saying. I think so, but he's holding up a pair of shoes. We thought it was Boot Barn because that's the logo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the store.
That's what I figured. But you guys don't sell sneakers like that. Why would he be holding up sneakers?
Well, we do sell a hiking shoe.
Do you?
How old is that picture?
About a year ago, a year and a half. He's been missing from Hendersonville for over a year.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Everybody knows Sebastian.
Oh, you know Sebastian.
Well, I mean, he's being plastered everywhere.
Yeah.
But we do carry some like hiking boots. You can go back there and look.
You think that's what he was holding?
Yeah.
Now, would your management be willing to look at? Well, do you guys have surveillance video from that? I see one more question. We'll get out of your hair. Did police ever pull the surveillance video from here?
And I have no idea. That's been a year ago.
Yeah. But you don't know how long back surveillance video is kept from y'all? Is that like a corporate thing or?
You know how long?
I'm sorry, man.
The surveillance pictures have been here.
Like I'm in tech, sometimes they'll move it to the cloud if they're running a local storage. So I don't know. Every company has different policies though. Some will only hold it for like a week and
after 30 days. Nothing.
Thank you. That was Hey, good morning. Just wondering if there's anywhere you could hang this at the front so people could see it. He's been missing for over a year still and trying to make sure there's still awareness around here. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Sorry to bother you. You know him?
I don't know.
No. You go to the high school here?
No. I'm actually a teacher at Ellis Middle School. I just moved here like a year or two ago.
You went missing like a year ago from Hendersonville. I'm from Florida. There's a high school called Beach High School. Is that closed?
So right now we're actually on fall break. So this whole week we're out of school right now.
Okay. Okay. But there's a high school near here too, right? Henderson High School.
Henderson High School just across the street, yeah.
Okay. I appreciate it, man. Have a good day. Do you need me to staple anything? I'm all set now.
It's too steep.
Okay, guys, we are finally working. So I wanted to break this down on how I met Chris Proudfoot, how that interaction went, and how we ended up here. Barbecue Lady put me in touch. I had put out on X, formerly Twitter, that I had run out of flyers, and apparently Sebastian's stepfather had some ready to go. So I agreed to meet him and expected it just to be an exchange of flyers. And we ended up talking for about an hour outside, and then it started raining, and we went inside his truck and started talking. It was a good conversation.
Okay, so the story goes, and I don't know, I wasn't there, right? I just have to take this guy's word for it. But he says that he was out in the area. He showed himself, passing out flyers, uh, you know, stapling flyers to trees and things like that. Posts in the area, which I've done that myself. I think a lot of us have, right? Just in different areas. And he spoke with people. Some of the people were like, "Oh yeah, we definitely know who Sebastian is," right? Other people, he was just asking about the area, like the one guy that he caught fishing, and things like that. So he says that he ran out of flyers. You could tell the ones that he was passing out were ones that he made because there were 3 pictures on it, right? It was the official FBI flyer, but in the middle he put another picture of Sebastian. So he was putting those up. He says that, he got a hold of Barbecue Lady. Barbecue Lady linked him up with Chris Proudfoot. That is the story, right? So I just don't want anybody to get it twisted, because I know how people like to take a very simple concept like that and twist it all and turn it all into something that it's not. So and now, like I said, we're having to take this person's word for it. But I'm going to also show you guys some screenshots of the next video that he does. I just wanted to refresh everybody's memory on what we were talking about, or what was said, to begin with. So he's in the area passing out flyers. Chris Proudfoot has the flyers, and Barbecue Lady wants to link them up. Now, whether there were some ulterior motives to that, or if it actually went down exactly like that, I don't know. But just for the sake of, what we're listening to right now, I would say that's what happened. And so he says that he met with Chris Proudfoot. They were talking outside of the vehicle, but it started drizzling or raining. And so they got into the vehicle and they were speaking further on Sebastian, right? What happened? And Winner, thank you so much for your super sticker. New question: does anyone have the picture of the 2 Brinks vans in KP's driveway? I think there's been so many pictures of their driveway. I always remember only seeing the one van, and then Katie usually parks her Infinity SUV in the garage. Sometimes there'll be another truck there. I know when I was in the neighborhood that day that it appeared that Stephen Crabtree was over at their house because his truck was out front, in my opinion. And then, there's the camper or the pull behind fifth wheel that they have in the driveway. I'm not sure about the picture of 2 Brinks in the driveway. And thank you, Shadow. Winter says there are 2 vans at KP's like on day 3 of the investigation. Okay, I think I could probably go back and see if I can look for that. Because I know I did, a few videos on the first 7 days. Did 5D's asking, did CP and KP complain about him putting flyers up because Betty also put flyers up and they cried about it? Right, exactly, 5D. So here's the thing, like, I think he was kind of blah, parody, doing a parodying these people, right? Like, he was in the beginning, he was dressed like maybe Brittany J, right? I mean, no offense, I don't know if that's who he was depicting, but I think that was. And then he was doing the flyers like BHB, right? And stuff. So I think a bit of that was kind of in a joking fashion, but he was, doing it all the same. And no, it doesn't appear that they had any ill intentions, because the thing is I think they thought that they were going to manipulate Nerdy into believing what they were saying. But then, like with Chris Proudfoot and any other strong individual, it's not going to work out, right? Because he's not going to be able to easily manipulate this person. And so it blew up before it even, started, because, Nerdy kind of understood the person that he was dealing with and got a quick read off of Chris Proudfoot, Yeah, no, I believe you, Winner. I'm gonna have to take a look back at the footage that I have of the first 7 days and see if I could see, because I know they showed the residents a few times, but I also know that they were, you know, kind of yelling at the news, telling the news, "Don't be showing our house," and stuff like that. So, but let me see if I can't find it. Still the statement that his mom, Sebastian, will have friends, family flooding him. I always read that as convincing herself in a guilty over what she had to decide for him. I think that's a powerful statement, Justice for Noog, because I do think that Katie probably does feel guilt for what she thought was best for Sebastian. I absolutely think that. I think because they never developed empathy, they don't feel sadness, happiness, anything for other people. Um, the dangerous people who don't feel bad for others, so hard to fathom. Right. Oh, yeah. I mean, empathy is a lot, right? Or just understanding what other people might be going through, you know? So not many Justice for Noog, not many. They've absolutely have not acted like grieving parents, you know? So you haven't, Trishy? It's really, really interesting. It is. It's super interesting. I mean, just some of the things that are told in this, um, are like, okay, so some of it's true, but then some of it isn't. You're welcome, winner, and thank you very much for your super chats. I really appreciate it. All right, guys, so here we go.
Some of the details have been disclosed out on X. We can review them all, but there were 3 areas specifically that he asked me not to broach in the truck. And then in text, fast forward to the past couple of days, I've been trying to coordinate a live stream with Stephen Crabtree and Sebastian's stepfather. Last night, put it out on Twitter that I was sort of waiting. I'm a perfectionist, if you will. If I schedule someone to come on, I will schedule it the night before and then confirm a couple hours in advance. And an hour went by, and then it was getting close to the live stream, and I started feeling disrespected. I put it out on X that I was sitting there waiting for confirmation, didn't get nothing, and then finally had enough and said, I'm tired of being disrespected, and I'm going to disclose the 3 things that they didn't want disclosed. I was already struggling with it because people in Nerdbird Mafia know that we crowdsource information. This is all about Sebastian. It's about no one else. I don't give a shit. I'm never going to interact with these people in the future. And I don't mean to be crude, but that's where we've landed. We've worked.
All right, guys. So there you go. And this is the thing. Hey, Detroit. Good to see you. 111. Make a wish and say a prayer. Aw, thank you, Detroit. It's good to see you. So this is why I respect this man, right? Because he was disrespected by Mr. Foot. Now I'm gonna and Crabtree, right? But more so Mr. Foot, right? Because I'm not gonna blame Crabtree. Now, in my opinion, he should have, made contact or communicated with Nerdy if he had made the promise to come on his show, right? I'm the same way. People that know that have been on my panels before, I always speak to them prior, right? I always give them and set up some expectations of what the show's going to be about and how the show's going to kind of flow, right? So that way they don't have to feel like anything's on their shoulders. It's I'll be asking questions to you. Is this okay? What questions would you like to discuss more in depth, or what is kind of off limits? People tend to say this is off the record, or could you please not share this? And that's common, that's typical when you're talking with people and you're interviewing them. Sometimes they want you to know something that they don't want everybody else to know. But I'm with Nerdy. It's like, we crowdsource this information. We all work hard to find the truth, and it's only fair to Sebastian. That's why I always say also with Devlin's case, I'm not telling anyone else's story besides Devlin's, right? I'm not telling anyone else's story besides Sebastian's. Now, of course, I'm open to have people come up and tell their side of the story, that's fine. But when it comes to me telling the story, it's always going to be about the victim and keeping their feelings and what they would want said in mind, because they're not here to share it. I'm just assisting with sharing it. Um, so, I think it's, Liberty, it is. It's definitely weird, right? I mean, I'm not gonna say it's not, and I do think that there was, this expectation that, or this kind of arrangement more so that Nerdy was gonna work with Chris and Crabtree, and he was gonna cover some of Sebastian's case, right? Or do, at least a live stream about it, with an interview. And, in true Proudfoot fashion, he screwed the pooch. He screwed the pooch. Thank you, Trishy. So, and he's like, hey, you disrespected me and I have expectations and I'm a professional. Now, this is where I believe that he is a professional and he's trying to hold himself that way, right? At least when when it comes to his podcast here. So here we go.
A lot of cases, and working with caregivers is really problematic. So we will start from the beginning. I'm going to go to my Discord notes. I think the first thing we spoke about was the polygraph. And sort of, I'm going to put up aerial footage so it gives folks an idea of, and this is Drake's Creek Park, where police searched. It's near creeks. And the three subjects that he didn't want broached were the dogs, Sebastian's behavioral health, and an incident with police. And we're not going to really talk.
The dogs, Sebastian's behavioral health, and an incident with police. All right. So he didn't want these three subjects broached, right, in Nerdy's word here. So we got 3, which would be the dogs, which have been talked about extensively. So I don't understand, but we'll find more understanding as we're listening again here. But I still don't, really understand. I think more or less he wanted to tell his narrative and he wanted Nerdy to tell it like he wanted it told, right? And that's Chris Proudfoot because he's a control freak. So I think that, the dogs, Sebastian's, situations, right? Behavioral situations. He did not want that broached, but he wanted to tell him information about it. He also talks about this incident, and the incident turns out to be a warrant that was served on the Proudfoot residence. And I'm just going to back it up with just a tad again.
Don't mean to be crude, but that's where we've landed. We've worked a lot of cases, and working with caregivers is really problematic. So we will start from the beginning. I'm going to go to my Discord notes. I think the first thing we spoke about was the polygraph. And sort of, I'm going to put up aerial footage so it gives folks an idea of, and this is Drake's Creek Park, where police searched. It's near creeks. And the 3 subjects that he didn't want broached were the dogs, Sebastian's behavioral health, and an incident with police. And we're not going to really talk about Sebastian's behavioral health. We know that he's autistic. We know that there are behavioral issues with autistic children, teens, adults. They behave differently. And this stream is not to go over that. We will talk about vaguely, because I think it does connect how some of those behavioral health issues tied into people he knew, meaning connections from school to the neighbors. I don't know where you guys want to start. I don't know if you want to call in or if you want to come in on Zoom, Lady Justice, but that's up to you. The Zoom is open, the telephone line is open, either or works. I'll start with the polygraph. He said that during the investigation, they were going down to the fire station, which was the command post for the search and rescue, which was right down the street, and you'll see it. And I think I showed it on the ground there too, and pointed it out. But when Katie got there, law enforcement surprised her and said, "Look, we're gonna take you for a ride." Right? She had no idea what was happening. They put her in the car. They took her to the station, to an interview room, and asked for a polygraph. She took the polygraph, and then it was asked the same for Sebastian's stepfather and Seth Rogers. It's my understanding Seth Rogers has taken a polygraph on the Nancy Grace show, but there were some issues with it. He had to retake it. Sebastian's stepfather took the polygraph. However, there was one question that he got hung up on, in which he himself disclosed to law enforcement and said, look, I don't know how to answer this. And the question was related to, have you ever lied to authorities or police in the past? And he sort of got caught up with that and explained to them that perhaps he did. Maybe it was when he was younger, but
Yeah, but the problem is these are yes or no questions, Chris. It's not a multiple choice. Yes or no. Have you ever lied to law enforcement? That's it, right? There's no explanation. These questions are yes, no answers. It's designed that way, right? Because that's how they're going to get the best results. In my opinion, Chris is a lying sack of crap. We do know that the TBI, he himself stated to Nancy Grace that they had not asked anyone to take a polygraph. Seth had said he offered to take one, but they never gave him one. So we know that to be true because we were right here through it all, you know. Winter says, can y'all imagine being abused so bad your mom and stepdad go to prison and then they get out to live free? Start with that. Well, I mean, unfortunately, Winter, that happens all the time, you know, more often than we think, because it's very common for people to get away with such horrible actions and behaviors. And unfortunately, it's not the end all be all. And, you know, unfortunately, when you have defense attorneys that are used to getting this particular family out of trouble, you know, losing footage and that sort of thing, you know, it's problematic to say the least. Hey, lover girl, there's no telling what CP is saying behind the scenes about Sebastian's behavioral health, in quotes. And he conveniently tells his cronies to keep it secret so it cannot ever be disputed. I agree with that 100%. I think there was a lot of things that they were pushing, especially in the beginning, that was so disparaging against Sebastian. It's difficult to find it because they've hidden a lot of it. Right. But in the very beginning, they were saying all kinds of things. And Katie was alluding to the fact that Sebastian was acting inappropriately in his room. And that's why she didn't want to check on him because he was always doing something inappropriate, you know, that a boy of that age would do and that sort of thing. So the waiting period before public speech, again, not normal for parents of a missing child, right? It's not normal for us to just see their hands, right? The only hands interview um, was weird. We're not used to just seeing people doing that, you know? Um, Trishy says, okay, in my opinion, dogs, okay, oh, sorry. Okay, so in my opinion, the dogs, incident with the police and then also Sebastian's behavioral health were off limits is very interesting and a bunch of red flags. And I agree with that too. You know, I think that the dogs, like I said, we're going to kind of learn a little bit more with that, you know, like what he's going to tell Nerdy as opposed to, you know, don't say this, right? You know, don't talk about this, but I'm going to tell you something about it again. You know, the incident with police, you know, I find that to be extremely important, right? And then, like you said, with the behavioral health aspect, that's been talked though, you know, with the exception of the incident with the police, right? Because that was a newer incident. The dogs and Sebastian's behavioral health have been talked about extensively. And I think that he was trying to disparage Sebastian indefinitely behind the scenes and get Nerdy to have a negative view of his stepson, which is not only victim blaming, but it's one of the things that we look out for when it comes to who hurt the victim in these cases, right? In many cases, we see this blaming of the victim because the perpetrator of the crime is trying to take heat off of themselves. You know, Detroit says, yes, he did LE, and we know why. Or he did lie to LE, and we do know why. Yeah, and that's another thing too, Detroit. I think that's so interesting that he's telling Nerdy that he did not pass his polygraph, but I thought he was telling everybody else that he passed it with flying colors. What happened to that, you know? And then, oh, but Seth had something wrong with his polygraph. Well, all Nerdy would have had to do was look up, you know, the Nancy Grace episode where the FBI world-renowned guy came out and said that he administered the poly and, you know, talked all about it, right? So very interesting. Brenda says Chris also said it was an open book cheat test. So more smoke and mirrors, in my opinion. Yeah, he's gonna say that here coming up. As well, I think about where, you know, it was supposed to be so easy, and, you know, he wants these people to believe that he has nothing to do with it, you know? Hey, Cindy Dalton, good to see you. Hello, everyone from Biloxi, Biloxi, Mississippi. Prayers for Sebastian and Seth, and thank you very much. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot in this interview or in the description, or how can I say it? Maybe a narration of the interview that Nerdy's going to do here. But he is also going to show us some receipts, I believe, in this one. And then I think there was more in the next episode too, because I want to make sure we can watch that as well. Not tonight. We'll probably plan that for tomorrow.
There was an anomaly there, I believe, in which he had to explain to law enforcement why that question was problematic. Fast forward, and this is the most significant piece of information. I'm going to disclose it, and I'm going to put it out on Twitter now. Roughly 1 year after Sebastian Rogers went missing, law enforcement descended on his residence and executed a search warrant. They seized multiple electronic devices, and this is the interesting part to me. So they confiscated laptops and more. And it's interesting because, again, this is hearsay. This is someone telling me that they had already given over these devices willingly. Okay. So this is the
And doesn't that just sound like Chris Proudfoot? And I'll rewind it a little bit, but doesn't that just sound like him? He's just bitching and complaining, right? Like, oh, we already gave these over and we had to give them back again. Well, yeah, because they're watching your ass, okay? And you like to make everybody think that nobody's watching you. But a year later, they descend on your home and grab up more electronics that they've already grabbed before, or your current electronics. I mean, okay.
That perhaps he did, maybe it was when he was younger, but there was an anomaly there, I believe, in which he had to explain to law enforcement why that question was problematic. Fast forward, and this is the most significant piece of information, and I'm going to disclose it, and I'm going to put it out on Twitter now. Roughly 1 year after Sebastian Rogers went missing, law enforcement descended on his residence and executed a search warrant. They seized multiple electronic devices, and this is the interesting part to me. So they confiscated laptops and more. And it's interesting because, again, this is hearsay. This is someone telling me that they had already given over these devices willingly. Okay. So this is the information where I've been saying on X where it's problematic, because you can look at it either way. Those who work true crime have to think about a judge signing off on a search warrant, right? There needs to be probable cause. And I asked to see that search warrant or what the probable cause was. And the response was that it's sealed. Police confiscated 3 cameras in addition to all the other electronic devices. Okay.
All right, guys. So I'll back that just a tiny bit up, but I wanted to address Kylie's question. So do we even know if it's true about the warrant? I mean, not really, because they're saying it was sealed, right? Because even Nerdy was like, well, hey, can I, I want to see that warrant, or where can I find it, or whatever. And you would think that Chris would present it to him as a good faith measure. I mean, I know I would if I was sitting next to someone who was, I don't care if he's teasing or joking around or not, he's still passing out flyers for Sebastian and posting them up, right? So I would be grateful and want to, again, show this person some proof. I would think he would show him the warrant. If not, but he says it's sealed. So Chris Proudfoot tells Nerdy that the search warrant, the actual search warrant, is sealed, and that nobody has that the access to it because it's sealed. So, and let me just back up a tad bit here.
Search warrant, or what the probable cause was, and the response was that it's sealed. Police confiscated 3 cameras in addition to all the other electronic devices. Okay, and those 3 cameras were added after Sebastian went missing. One of those cameras was from Chris Proudfoot's daughter's room. Apparently, they installed a camera in her room after Sebastian went missing, and 2 other cameras. People are saying I'm choppy. Could be bandwidth. I don't know. Is that better? Yeah, I see it. Choppy voice. Is that better? Thank you, Indy. Okay. So they confiscated 3 cameras that were added in the home after Sebastian went missing, which was interesting to me. One of those cameras was placed in Chris Proudfoot's daughter's room. I believe she's 8 years old. Police confiscated those cameras with the search warrant that was executed. I don't know what evidence led them to obtain a search warrant from a judge. We know that's sealed now. Yeah, Kate, which part?
Jen, the one with Texana is not open anymore. She still has a lawsuit pending against the Clarksville police. But no, Seth, that is not, that's over with. With Texana, that's over with. That's been over with, girlfriend, since a couple months ago.
Do you need repeated? I'm going to put the link in for Brianna. So let me just get the link for Brianna here, guys. If you want her to join. Okay. So police executed a search warrant 1 year after Sebastian went missing at the residence. They confiscated electronics. They confiscated 3 cameras that were added after Sebastian went missing. So 3 cameras were added inside the home after he went missing, and police felt the need and had a warrant to seize those devices. One of those cameras was inside the daughter's room. I don't know. I sort of ran this by Eva when we were talking and said, is that normal? Is it not normal? It depends on your parenting style. So I don't want to judge that, right?
Okay, so I'll just go ahead and judge. Hey, I'm here to judge that. Now, I mean, I'm just going to say as a mother, no, it's a big no for me, especially for a parenting style with a co-parent like that. Hell to the no. No, especially not with Katie's history. Good night, Trishy, especially with Chris's history. Yeah, no. I'm good on that. And then also we have on Chris's side of the family somebody that likes to hurt children and animals. Yeah, I'm not I would never be okay with that, and I do think that burner phones were used 5D, and I think it's interesting that they were saying that Sebastian had a burner phone. I mean, where would he get it from? There's not a Walmart in walking distance from their house, right? So I just think it's very improbable that Sebastian had anything to do with that. So no, Jen, that ship has already sailed. With Chris being a witness and all of that, he was already a witness to that. He was at the court case, or he was at the courthouse that day for that particular case, and it was dismissed because Texana bailed out. There is a court date coming up, I believe. and I don't want to misquote the date, but it's for apparently either Granny or Barbecue Lady or someone was filming in the courthouse and they weren't supposed to be. And so Seth wasn't directly involved in that. So it's to the best of my knowledge, it's only the people that were involved in that. Um, so that's to the best of my knowledge anyway. But the Texana case is gone and over with, girl. You can go ahead and look that up through Montgomery County. You just go to their website and then you look up, type in Texana or type in Seth Rogers, and you'll find all the deets over there, girlfriend. So confused as to why everything was well before after it is claimed to be sealed. Well, I mean, I don't understand why they sealed it anyway. I mean, it sounds like a major courtesy to do something like that, or or maybe just because they want to avoid, the chatter of all of us, talking about it, because it would have been huge to hear that there was a warrant served on the Proudfoots a year after Sebastian went missing. That would have been front page news, right? Everybody would have been talking about it. People who don't even talk about Sebastian all the time would talk about him. Yeah, I don't know. It just really sucks. It just really sucks. It's been a very backwards case. So, well, KP's family and CP's family both have RSOs. Yep, they do. They absolutely do. And that's another reason why that would be a huge no for me. So yeah, well, that's why if you go read those documents, Jen, you'll be wondering, why he was even a witness, because he wasn't at the vigil. Um, but yeah, Texana lied her ass off to get to it. I mean, anybody can sue anybody, right? So she lied her ass off. She got Seth in the courthouse where he can't be searching for his missing son. In my opinion, she's a dirtbag, right? She's a real shit bum for doing that. And then also she's planning on coming to the gathering of voices to be a shit bum too. But I will say that based on the research that I came up with, she's not the green hoodie. She resembles the green hoodie a hell of a lot. The hair swoop for me, oh yeah. But to the best of my knowledge, right now, I'm gonna say it's probably a no on her being the actual green hoodie for me. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion, but to the best of my knowledge, the person that they questioned was not green hoodie, or excuse me, Texana. Um, no publicizing from them, just running around like nothing happened. Guilt, in my opinion, allegedly. Oh yeah, Katie's still using that handicap placard to, park her Infinity SUV in a spot for people who need, to park closer to the building because they, you know, have trouble walking or getting around. Um, she's a very entitled, disgusting person, in my opinion, that is a huge opportunist, and she doesn't care, who she steps on or anything. But, karma shows in many different ways. So it looks like there are one or two manholes at the end of the driveway. Did they check those? Yeah, I mean they did. They went through and put cameras down and through all of those to the best of my knowledge. And then the culverts, the big culverts that were open in the construction area, Seth and his team also searched down and through there. Very odd that the Bowersox took off to Alaska and drove. Who does that when their stepchild just is discovered missing, or step grandchild, I think you mean to say, Lana Lee? Yeah, is discovered missing. I don't know how they could do it. I don't know, Lana Lee. And the problem too is I don't know how they could just leave that poor young guy, Sebastian, who would have had a blast, going to Disney, and they didn't take him with. I mean, it just shows how rotten they are. So, Well, sweet crazy, you're allowed to have your opinion and I'm allowed to have mine, especially on my channel. So that's to the best of my knowledge that someone was recording in the courtroom, and that's what this current court case is about, right? So that's what I know about it. Remember everything that comes out about CP and KP. Notice how they take that and intentionally blame it on Seth and Sebastian. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of projection in this case, 5D. Absolutely. So much projection. Um, it's unbelievable, right? And gaslighting too. Like, oh, you did that, not me. It's like, okay, whatever, right? I mean, you almost just have to look at them and shake your head, just no, no, right? And because it's not, well, you know what, sweet crazy, maybe you can um come back and tell me why you believe that instead of just launching um idiotic language my way, right? Because you want to say that my information is bad or whatever. Well, what makes you believe that? Try having a conversation with somebody instead of being a stupid ass troll. And here we go. This one's for you.
These are the people that actually are so sick, they feel good about themselves for inflicting pain. And it's something called the dark triad. They have narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. And there's something called Schadenfreude, and it's when joy is derived by someone from another person's misfortune.
Yes.
So it's this dark triad. These are people you don't want to meet in real life.
No.
They're ugly people, and they will go virtual to real world sometimes, so you've got to be careful.
Yeah. You're not. Mm-hmm.
And there's been a lot of actual psychological research into these people. These trolls post inflammatory, off-topic, insincere messages to hurt, provoke others, and they typically hide behind fake names or phony accounts.
Yeah.
And it's really interesting that their makeup is antisocial and sadistic.
Okay, guys, sorry, I have to play that for like the troll of the night. Right? We had the troll of the night come in. Can't have a conversation, wants to come in acting crazy, Liberty. I just love the way, oh Phil, he puts that so eloquently. Like he's like, these people, you do not want to go real, you don't want to meet these in real life, right? These people are crazy as hell. He's all talking about they got Machiavellianism and everything. I'm like, yes, so there you go. Why don't you suck a pencil? Suck a pencil. Guys, you might want to get a couple of more pencils out. We don't know what we're going to deal with tonight, right? It's going to be, hot and heavy with some bullshit. Apparently. Not today. Not today, Satan. Not today. Yep. We don't have time for it, right? Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you, Carla. Carla. Oh my goodness. Hey, I try. I used to be a lot cuter when I was younger. I was. But we just go with the flow. Get that sharpener. Suck a pencil. Oh my goodness. I just love that. I mean it happens. It's all right. Like I said, I'm welcome to people coming in saying, whatever they'd like to say, but don't be rude about it, put it in an articulate way. Otherwise, we'll have to boot you. You got the boot, Lo Siento, Holmes.
Parents want to keep an eye on their kids, and that's interesting. It's also interesting because I don't know. I asked his dad, like, do you trust Katie? And his response was, I trust her with my 8-year-old daughter, right? But then the fact that they had to put a camera in the room just sort of struck me as odd. So that was the first piece. The link should be there for Lady Justice when she joins. I should see her. Hey, there you are. Okay, let me put you on the screen here.
Not my face, please.
Oh, you can turn off your video before I put you up here. But actually, no, I think folks can hear you. I don't even need to put you on the screen. Can everybody hear Lady Justice? Wait a second for the chat to respond. Go ahead and say something. Yeah, they're saying yes, so they can hear you. How are you, Lady Justice? What do you want me to call you? Lady Justice, Brianna, what do you want me to call you?
Brianna works because I was getting some really ugly comments about Lady Justice, so I'm assuming there's another one running around.
Okay. So, Brianna, is this new information to you? Did you know this?
It actually went choppy. I missed it, and I was trying to figure out how to get on here.
Okay, I'm tweeting it now. I tweeted it now too. So I will read you the tweet. Hopefully, if it gets choppy again, let me know. This is a new setup. But roughly 1 year after Sebastian Rogers went missing, law enforcement residents executed a search warrant. This 1 year after he went missing, seeing multiple electronic devices, including 3 cameras that had been installed after his disappearance. That was the information that he was guarding and did not want disclosed, one of 3. But I want to take a moment for everyone to process that, think about it, and let you comment on it.
That's crazy. The fact that they took footage after the fact of him going missing makes me wonder what they wanted to know that was going on in that house afterwards.
Yeah.
Sure.
But the cameras imply that, right? Because those cameras pick up everything. So confiscating the cameras, they obviously took more than that, right? But he seemed to mention those cameras at least 2 or 3 times while we were in the truck. And it seems important, right? When someone is telling you that they trust their partner, and maybe it could be for other reasons. I don't know. I've never put cameras in my children's room growing up. Baby monitors ended when they were babies, right? So I don't know. It's up to the parent, I guess.
Right. No, that meant you did say they collected ones they installed after he went missing, correct?
After. These 3 cameras were added after Sebastian went missing. And then when police hit the house with a search warrant, and again, let's think about the search warrant, right? A judge.
Okay, really quick, guys, before he goes into the search warrant and stuff, because we've talked about this before, and, I agree with what he's saying here. But I think it's very interesting that they've taken, cameras that were installed after the fact, right? Because they're trying to see if there's some slip-ups going on, in my opinion. You know what I mean? They're trying to look in there and see what's being said in every day, how they're treating Faith, maybe even, right? To see if they can establish some patterns, to see if they can catch them up. So I honestly do believe that, law enforcement was looking to pounce, right? No matter what Chris and Katie say or what any of their cronies on here say, it's undeniable that the police know that Chris and Katie have involvement, but they have to be able to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. But they were also, as Nerdy's going to start talking about, that they were able to have a judge sign off on the search warrant, giving probable cause for it. And Thomas Randall says, who the heck seals the search warrant, especially from supposedly innocent parents? Right. And that just tells us that the police absolutely think that Chris and Katie are guilty. And again, they only get one bite at the apple. So, oh God. Oh my goodness, Scarlett, you're going to give me nightmares. Oh Lord. I don't think Chris is, I think Chris is a very demented individual. So, yeah, he's a nut. Winter says, I messed up last time. How many people here think the Ruckus video was just shadows? Oh, I gotcha. Okay, now I understand your question. So, the Ruckus video was tough to kind of interpret because there's not a lot of trees. I mean, there are trees, right? And we know that they've added some to, like, that big bush on the side of their house and things like that. But there's not any trees that would have given that effect, right? Or like the wind blowing, right? Because a lot of the trees haven't been like budding back up and getting their leaves back after they fall off. And so, I mean, there's a couple that could possibly be that. Unfortunately, I just don't think that there's any footage besides maybe from that camera that was showing the car on Kellen that could have, indicated where Sebastian went. because I know that that other video was sent to Jay from somebody. I think it was from directly across the street, if I'm not mistaken. So, but thank you so much for your super chat. And you don't have to super chat all your questions, but I appreciate you supporting the channel. I just want you to know I'm pretty good about reading people's stuff. I have a quick funny story because I was thinking about making my puppy a guard dog and sending him after trolls. There you go. Magic Star, we need dogs trained in troll tracking, right? Why is CP happy to tell all of this info to Nerdy Addict? Everyone else just gets abused, in my opinion. Well, I think that Chris respects people that he finds to be more intelligent than himself, right? Which is hard when you're a narcissist. When you're a narcissist, you kind of think you're the smartest one in the room, but I think that he kind of almost felt kind of equal to Nerdy Addict, but I think he was also banking on being able to manipulate Nerdy, and he wasn't able to, in my opinion. I think that Barbecue had set this meeting up, and so with them both having, you know, the mutual connection, Nerdy knowing Barbecue or Barbecue knowing Nerdy, and then, you know, Chris having known Barbecue for a while, I think that's why he set it up, and he was being more respectful towards Nerdy, right? And then also if you look at Nerdy, he looks like he might be able to take Chris. So, you know, in my opinion, so maybe that had something to do with it, right? Because I mean, he's not dealing with a woman that's smaller than him, like Bobby the neighbor, or you know, an elderly woman like you know, Grandma Robin. So yeah, he's a real turd. CP, no, it's not normal to put cameras in your children's room. Oh my God, especially a little girl. Like, I mean, I don't know. I shouldn't say that. Little boys don't deserve that either. But I mean, like, oh my gosh. Oh, it weirds me out, little Miss Sharon. It really does. And I don't think it's normal at all, you know? So yes, same, Trishy. I have a problem with when I speak Spanglish, you know, like I add a little bit of, you know, English with the Spanish. So, Trishy, un poquito español. I know that's what I tell everyone here, right? Plus the dialects are different. Like there's a lot of Cuban people here, so even if I did speak, you know, Spanish, I might not be speaking like the same dialect. So I just say un poquito and then I try to speak the best that I can. Um, I like Google Translate for that too. Um, so in my opinion, he was probably blaming Sebastian for bees about Faith. What? Why else Cam's weird? Oh, I know. I agree. I don't think it's proper. Um, I really don't, Justice for Noog. I don't understand why they would do something like that. Now, if they had a camera like outside facing her bedroom, I could see that. Thinking, oh my God, she could get out or something like, you know, but then again, I've also heard people say maybe that was part of, you know, something with Nina where she could see the cameras too. But I don't know. I don't see them co-parenting. It's so hard. There's even many books written about co-parenting with a narcissist. So and you're right, Marion, trolls will be trolls. Holly, that's funny. Um, Phones in CP and KP's house. Sebastian eats. Yet Sebastian is missing. No camera. Well, and I mean, they said that they had cameras before Janet, and you know, and then another thing is that they were taking these items after the fact, so they had already taken them, and then they seized them again. So, with that being said, I think it's important just to note that they were absolutely trying to see what their activity had been as of lately because they knew what it had been when they took them originally, and then now they're going back and pulling data in. So yeah, exactly, Carla. No leaves in February, right? That's what I'm thinking. That's the only reason that I can think of that wouldn't, you know, make that less feasible. um I never put much stock in the ruckus video, but I could be wrong. I mean, I'm like that too, wanna be sleuthing something. I mean, I've it was even hard for me. I was going back, I listened to another video, like I said, with Heather Cohen, and in that video I called the lights from the flashlights, UFOs. I said, I think they look like UFOs. I don't know what to make of this, right? But I learned a lot, like, in the process of just kind of, researching more heavily into, like, could those have been, lights? Were they headlamps? Were they this? Were they that? And in my opinion, I would just really like to see that raw footage of what they had from that night. It really sucks that we will probably not see that unless there's a trial. What the real footage that they have, or what they have in evidence in order to, prosecute whoever has done this. I mean, the thing of the or the fact of the matter is that we're dealing with, Chris and Katie, who obviously have had something to do with Sebastian's disappearance. I mean, undoubtedly, there wasn't a stranger in the night. Nothing was tampered with. The doors and windows were locked. All of those things just go back to them then. Um, so, oh, that's so great. Well, yippee, we got over 100 likes. Yay, little Miss Sharon. Thank you. Thanks for letting me know that. That's fantastic. Thank you guys so much. Um, Not Lady Freedom as wifey number 6. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Oh, have mercy. Yeah, no. Oh God, no. I'll tell you, that would be, I can't even say it. I'm not gonna say a cold day in hell. Because we know that lately that's been there's been some cold days in hell apparently. So yeah, I mean, some of this is pretty traumatic, right? I just always think about how Seth feels, about this, because there's times where, I've kind of dreamt about Sebastian's case. I try not to look at it as like, anything connected or anything, but there's times I think that my brain's just still working and I fall asleep and then I end up dreaming about, you know, um, certain things. Like, I've never had any like crazy dreams or anything like that. It's just more or less, um, like what could have happened. But I think it's a lot of has to do with, again, my subconscious. Or I'll be talking about certain things right before bed, and then I'll go to sleep. So, um, you know, but I think it's, being so invested in it. So yeah, cameras in rooms was the whole reason the movie, maker Barbie doll was discontinued. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be comfortable. I wouldn't be comfortable, Um, yeah, unfortunately, Liberty, I hate to say it, but that's the way I feel. And I don't want, I didn't want to ever think that. So, you know, it's sad. It's a sad, reality that, we had somebody that was, saying they were searching, but they really weren't. You know, Oh, thank you, little Miss Sharon. And Deborah said, or excuse me, Brenda says, I think the Foot's reactions, in the interview to that question said it all, in my opinion. And I believe that the 3M lights are just what we think it is. And I mean, that would be the most logical explanation for Sebastian getting out of the neighborhood. It would, like, that there was a car, and that sort of thing. Um, so, yeah, I mean, they're never like a good dream. It's never like, I mean, I haven't had a dream that Sebastian was found. It's always like, trying to figure out where he is, in my dream, I'm trying to figure out where he is, type of a thing. Um, so that's how I feel about Cherry Lynn, sadly. Yeah, I mean, look, it's sad. Yeah, I know, Liberty, and it is sad. I mean, it's like, if you go on the Reddit and stuff like that, and you get to know like more of what had happened, in the other communities, it's a good, indication, and it makes more sense about what happened in this community. Which, no offense to anybody, but I'd like to get out of this algorithm. Okay, so anyway, I just backed it up just a tad.
It seems important, right? When someone is telling you that they trust their partner, and maybe it could be for other reasons. I don't know. I've never put cameras in my children's room growing up. Baby monitors ended when they were babies, right?
Yeah,
so I don't
same.
know.
And
It's sort of, it's up to the parent, I guess.
Right, but you did say they collected ones they installed after he went missing, correct?
After these 3 cameras were added after Sebastian went missing, and then when police hit the house with a search warrant. And again, let's think about the search warrant, right? A judge needs to sign off with probable cause. That probable cause document is sealed, as I know it. I reached out to him, said, "Can you pull the probable cause document?" And they said it's sealed. Their attorney tried grabbing it. So I don't know what it means. I don't know what it means, but I felt like it was important, and obviously they do too if they didn't disclose it. I reached out to TBI. TBI pointed me to Sumner. I reached out to Sumner County last night. They have not responded, but I know it's true because the neighbor that I spoke to originally, before I met Chris Proudfoot, she didn't know it was a search warrant, but she said, yeah, roughly maybe it was a year after Sebastian went missing. I saw a whole lot of cops parked out front. I don't know what they were doing, but that led me to obviously the information about the warrant. So I'll let you take the mic.
Sorry. I do remember that. But I never did hear what they obtained. And definitely not that they obtained footage from after. That's going to take me a little bit to process.
Yeah. Well, I'll go on. We'll talk about the dogs. I presume, first of all, people joining, I like to do my own independent thing on the ground. So if the information was already out there, fine. If not,
really? Sorry.
The dog thing is interesting. I'm going to stop on the aerial footage so we can see it from the air. And here's how it was described to me. Search dogs. So first, dogs were used to pick up the scent of Sebastian, meaning we all know that they'll give him clothes, socks, right, to pick up the scent. The scent, he said, led across the street to the neighbor's house, and specifically to the playscape that they had. I guess they had a playground or like a little playscape, swing set, slide. I don't know. But the sniff dogs went to that area first. The canines went to that area first. If I remember correctly, he said this was in between the house of Bobby and their teens and in between 3 Muslim women who lived in the house next to them. So the canines pick up the scent, they go into the playscape, and then they take it from there. They go across the street to the creek. In the first video on the ground, you see that sort of shack there, the barn there, where it says Shackle Island. That behind there is the creek. He then says that the canines continue the scent down the creek at some point, and I don't know where, but it's somewhere between the creek and Old Hickory Dam, which is why I showed it. It switches off to cadaver dogs. Cadaver dogs led to the dam. Now, I had a whole lot of questions for ChatGPT because I don't know if someone drowned 6 months ago, if cadaver dogs are going to pick up on that scent or not. I'm not a canine specialist. I'm just relaying what he disclosed. So again, the canines that picked up his scent went across the street first, in between the 3 Muslim ladies' house and Bobby's house with the teenagers. It then took them to the creek across the street, and then dogs, both canines and cadaver dogs, then followed it and stopped at Old Hickory Dam. So I thought that was interesting for a lot of reasons. I've worked water cases before, Connecticut, Riley Strain in Tennessee. Usually the dam is the most interesting area for a deceased person because they're going to get hung up there. Now, what's interesting is that he told me that the water was exceptionally high at this time of the year. And when it happened, I think if I remember, he said 10 to 12 feet higher than normal. It doesn't sound like they were able to reduce the water levels to properly check the dam. He also said that there's contention between Sumner County and TBI. Sumner County believes that, we'll just summarize, but they believe, Sebastian ran away, slipped on a rock and drowned and died. Whereas TBI doesn't believe that. They believe a different scenario here. So I'll let you guys process that, and I'm going to let you take the mic for a second.
Okay, so what Nerdy is saying, hey, Linda D, is that Chris Proudfoot is saying that Sumner County thinks that Sebastian fell and slipped on a rock and died. Okay, now, in my opinion, that's false, right? I'm just going to say that I don't think that that's true. If that was true, then they would be looking for him in the waterways, right? And things like that. I don't think they would just wait for, someone else to find Sebastian, in my opinion. But then again, they might do that. They've seemed pretty relaxed in the investigation. And that's, again, in my opinion. And everybody's allowed to have opinions in here. Just everybody make sure, to say in my opinion or allegedly. Hey, KJ Mac, good to see you. Thanks for being here. And 5D says, I've never heard of any law enforcement allowing two people who reported their teenage son missing to get on YouTube and spread many lies just to try and cover up the truth. I mean, I am so surprised that they have not at least put some of this to bed, right? I think mostly it has to do with the fact that they're, probably thinking that none of us are, spreading truthful information. And so why, stop Chris and Katie from doing it? But in the same way, I think that the fact that they haven't tried to at least come out with some semblance of the truth, right? Or since they haven't come out and even cleared Seth, it does leave things open to interpretation. And again, I just think that is the wrong approach. I think that they need to at the very least clear the parent that doesn't have involvement, so that way he can bring in other resources. But the thing about that is that they don't want other resources brought in, and that's my opinion. Or they would have already, invited the FBI to take the case over, because we know the FBI is also working this case, or they wouldn't have a $50,000 reward out for Sebastian, right? So we obviously know that the FBI doesn't think that Sebastian ran away, right? Because if they did, they wouldn't have Sebastian's missing flyer read the way that it does, right? Sebastian is on the most wanted list, and we look at this and we have all the time, but if you want to go ahead and just check it out for yourselves real quick, this is the link for Sebastian's FBI flyer, and it does say that Sebastian was kidnapped on there. So they don't think that Sebastian ran away on his own, and they don't put out that large of a reward, or really a reward for information on somebody that ran away themselves, so. And yeah, I mean, I agree too. Detroit says, I always get that terrible sick feeling about Sebastian being hurt more than verbal abuse, and I can elaborate on things that I have experienced in my life with other children in my life that came out. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about Sebastian, is that he was having a really tough time of it, in my opinion, from what we've been told. And then obviously with the CPS reports and things like that, he was absolutely telling everybody what was happening to him, right? He was kind of holding back a little bit with his dad because he was afraid his dad would, find out and do something about it. But that's the fear that the children have, not because they're afraid of that other parent, but more so because they don't want to get anybody in trouble, right? They don't want anybody in trouble. They just want the abuse to stop, right? That's what it's really about for any abuse victim, is you just want it to stop. You don't want to get that other person in trouble. Quite the contrary, you love that other person and you can't understand why they're abusing you. It's very sad. Yeah, exactly. Detroit, you're spot on. When they become adults, it's sad how much you find out after. I know it is, because there's shame associated with a lot of abuse as well. Especially when somebody's talking down to you all the time. Could you imagine the things that Sebastian may have been called by Chris Proudfoot? The way that he talks about him when he's missing, it's absolutely so sad.
Wow, that's crazy. I've thought about that as well. Which it's always been a running theory, and it always will be I always have thought Sebastian is alive, and I do think he is coming home. But I mean, you have to think about the alternative, and slipping on a rock, and the being that they didn't drain that dam, I didn't know that either. Actually, that bothers me too.
I think it was technically impossible to lower it to a level I don't know if the Army Corps of Engineers maintains that dam. Typically in other states and areas they do. But it sounds like the water levels were too high for them to properly check that.
That would make sense because we had some really heavy rainfall, if I remember correctly, right before Sebastian went missing in those areas like Black Mountains and, even Rogersville back this way towards Memphis. Like some very, very heavy flooding.
Also, one of the interesting things when driving the area, I was actually on the GoPro and I'm like talking to myself, trying to narrate to you guys, but I didn't put that up here. But that creek was so shallow. I was like, there's no freaking way he drowned in here. But apparently, the way Chris described it was when it's high, or when it gets high at this creek, it's not just inches deep. He said it's deep enough to cover a pickup truck and make it float away. So that was interesting to me. And it sounds like the water was that high when Sebastian went missing. And I just worry, and I said this last night on Spaces, I worry. We worked, what was it, the Kylie Rodney case, and, FBI experts and dive teams went out there and they missed an entire fucking vehicle. A nonprofit came in and found the vehicle in the very reservoir that they said she was not. I worry that perhaps Sumner County maybe is right. And, Sebastian, his own mother has disclosed that he loved water. He loved swimming.
But the big difference is that Sebastian liked pools. He didn't like to swim in ponds and stuff like that. I find it interesting that, Chris Proudfoot and Katie are pushing this to Nerdy Addict, knowing that they've told everyone, that that Sebastian's a pool kid, right? He doesn't like to get dirty, that sort of thing. So, and bogs are very well known for preservation capabilities. I agree, Star. And what Nerdy is saying here, I agree with as well. You have missed people in the woods, you have missed people in the water. So it just really, is good to do a once over again, in my opinion. Because things do get missed. And even in Devlin's case, I have had a lot of back and forth, even talking with SAR, right, about the water, the creeks, the lakes in the area. And a lot of those waterways go to Lake Michigan, which is a huge lake, and it's one of our Great Lakes, right? And so those systems flow into it. And, I just think that it's always good to double check, the area, especially when we know statistically people are found close to their homes. In many cases, not in all of them, but in many of them. Well, and that's it, KJ Mack, exactly. He loved water, pools, but people believe he went to the water in the dark of night. I don't think so. And he would have never been able to make it there with no shoes on, in my opinion. Barefoot, no. Maybe with some socks, but still his socks would have been, holey and torn up and that sort of thing. And also, I think that he would have been caught on camera and we would have seen him and there would have been a scent, tracking him to where he went. Carla says, Liberty, exactly. Don't want to solve it, but Chris and Katie will go to prison and mommy will be pissed at them, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why they haven't been arrested, but then again, I think they're also looking for Sebastian, or I think that they're waiting to find him. Brenda says, if Sumner County thought Sebastian slipped on a rock, why did they search the Foots' home a year out? Good question, Brenda. And I think that is a very good point, right? I don't believe that they thought, or that they think that. I don't. Because even though Sheriff Craddock likes to say we're operating under the assumption that, Sebastian walked off like a damn zombie. In my opinion, they've had to have changed their flow of, or, the way of their investigation towards who was with Sebastian last, especially if there's no evidence that he left the home, as Sumner County Sheriff's Office said. So for him to have left the house, that would contradict their original statements, slipping on a rock and that sort of thing. No, I don't think so. I do think the waterways do need to be checked in terms of the rivers and things like that, you know? So oh, definite Wells vibes. Oh, yeah, Kylie, for sure. Faye, good to see you. Good morning. So, Jen says they were there 3 times in my opinion. Um, it's preposterous. Sebastian knew the water is freezing in February. I agree. Plus with no shoes, MST, exactly. Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I go in cold water rivers. They are 40 degrees or lower for a minute, and my hubby stays longer. I'm sorry, but unless you are insane or going or doing a cold therapy theory, they push the push is just too unlikely in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I just don't think that especially he's afraid of the dark, he's afraid of bugs, he's afraid of getting dirty. Well, not afraid, but he doesn't like it. So I just can't see that being, a part of what happened, especially because he wears shoes even in the water in the pool.
And then coupled with not taking shoes, was it his intent to walk out without shoes and go swimming quickly in the creek and come back? I don't know, but I don't know what the answer is. And Old Hickory Dam sits next to the lake. You saw the sign that I posted, like 237 drownings in that lake. And I just worry that given the absence of information, the absence of Sebastian, that perhaps it is a drowning. I remember in the Riley Strain case in Nashville, everyone kept thinking something sinister happened, and ended up after a couple of days, it wasn't. He drowned.
Mm-hmm. I guess I can't. And didn't the dog hit on that retention pond first? Didn't he supposedly drive straight into that retention pond or whatever it was?
That's not what I was explaining. Take it for a grain of salt, but I don't know where that information. It's the first time I'm hearing that. I do have people were telling me to check the retention pond, but a retention pond, searching that versus a lake are two different animals, two different beasts. So someone's asking in the chat, am I sure? Yeah, there is a massive search on the ground. I don't know if people realize how massive the search was, and I know how far away the group was, and I asked myself the same question. Still, I am relaying the information that Chris gave. So he said that the canine dogs were actually on top of the dam, like there's a walkway on the dams, and that's where they stop. So again, he could be misleading me. I am not the type, if anyone in here knows me, I don't mislead people purposely. I am relaying the information that was given to me. I was wrong on the cell phone. I'll say that. I deleted the tweet. I think, as I understand it, and Irina can correct me if I'm wrong, but he asked me to remove it, and I did because it sounded like it may have gotten confused. Sebastian had a couple, he had numbers pre-programmed on his phone, and when police started searching, there was an unknown number. It was eventually found that it was Seth's grandma, I believe. Is that accurate, Irina? I'll wait for Irina to answer, but they ID'd the number as his grandmother. He did mention that the triangulation went to Clarksville, Tennessee. Again, mother. So, mother of whom? Whose mother? Actually, I'm going to go back to his text just to make sure I have accuracy. I'll let you take the mic for a second. I'm going to go.
All right, guys. So really quick, I just wanted to chime in about that. If it was Seth's mom, right, that Sebastian had called, or there had been activity back and forth, it would have been from Texas, right? Because we know that Grandma Robin lives in Texas. We know that Chris's mother lives in Gallatin, right? And then we know that Katie's mother lives out in West Virginia. So how would that tie back to anybody other than Seth? Because he's the one that lives in Clarksville, right? So let's wait for Nerdy to get this clarification, and he's going to come back on and talk more about it.
I was trying to see where I found that about a dog hitting on water, and I know I've seen that a bazillion times, and I even have it somewhere shuffled away in my notes. But I can't find it right now. And also those video clips I sent you last night, I can't find that either.
Sebastian's phone had a number that wasn't identified in his phone. We found out the number belonged to his grandmother. The burn cell phone that I told you about was a phone that called one of the three parents. It called Seth's phone. It doesn't need to sound like Sebastian had a burner phone either, because there is no proof Sebastian had one. That was his response when I tweeted out what I tweeted. You guys need me to read that one more time? Sebastian's phone had a number that wasn't identified in his phone. We found out that number belongs to his grandmother. The burn cell phone that I told you about was a phone that called one of the three parents. It called Seth's phone. It doesn't need to sound like Sebastian had a burner phone either, because there's no proof Sebastian had one.
All right. So he's talking about how it doesn't need to sound like this or that. But Nerdy just confirmed, and I forgot about him coming back on and clearing this up. But he's saying that there was an unidentified number that went back to Sebastian's grandma. So we know that there are three possible grandmas that can be called a grandma, right? And we know how Chris likes to, be very indirect and play semantics with us, in my opinion. So there's also that to consider. But they're saying that the burner phone did connect back to Seth, allegedly, but don't make it sound like he had a burner phone or anything. What a crock of shit. In my opinion, it's a crock of shit.
The piece that ties in, that's interesting to me for, I don't know if we lost Lady Justice or
No, I'm here.
The part that is interesting, I don't want to talk too much about behavioral health issues. I'll just say there were some, okay? And one of the behavioral health issues led to Chris Proudfoot having to go to Sebastian's school. I think Chris said the last time he saw Sebastian was on the 2nd. And I believe, if I'm correct, it was at Beach High School. Sebastian had a behavioral health issue with a teacher, acted in a way that wasn't appropriate with the teacher, and he got called down to the office for a sort of parent-teacher conference, if you will. This is the interesting part. So Sebastian, because of his autism, when he traveled throughout the high school, there were only designated people that were allowed to travel with him. Meaning, when he went to a class or to the library, there were only a couple individuals that were authorized to transport him from one area of the school to another. That makes sense here. Apparently, on the day that this happened, Chris sat down in the conference room, and Sebastian was walking with a girl, an older girl who wasn't authorized to walk him through the hallways of the school. It turns out that girl was dating one of the teenagers that lived at Bobby's house. I hope I have that right, because I don't know who the fuck Bobby is, besides hearing his name and knowing that it is teenage sons. But one of the teenage sons was apparently dating the girl that was walking Sebastian. It stood out as significant to Chris because she shouldn't have been, right?
Okay, so also I believe Seth came in and told us that Sebastian didn't need assistance from class to class, that he was, fine to go class to class, as he would throughout the day. And so I also want to say that Bobby, the neighbor, is who they're referring to, who is a woman, but her name is Bobby also. So
that's his words. There were only designated, I don't know if they're teachers, probably teachers or adults. Only adults were allowed to transport him or walk him, guide him, whatever you want to call it. And he noted that this girl, he said, actually, when I saw Sebastian walking with her, Sebastian was giddy. He was laughing, talking to her. Obviously, when Sebastian saw Chris sitting down in the parent-teacher conference room, his whole demeanor changed. He knew that he was in trouble. They addressed the behavior issues. That was the last time Chris saw him. Fast forward to the night of the 25th, morning of the 26th, and Sebastian has vanished. Now, it's also noted, it's weird because people are saying this correctly. I was told that Sebastian just couldn't make friends, but then I'm also told by Chris that he was playing flashlight tag with the neighbors. I don't know if, for a kid or a teenager, if playing with other teenagers makes them or classifies them as a friend. But again, I'm just relaying the information.
Well, and he's going to say again, I'm relaying the information that, Chris told me. But this whole thing doesn't add up for me, right? And a lot of you guys in the chat, I see you, it's not adding up. That's not what happened, right? But there's a little bit of truth to this. We know that Justin had gotten an email from the teacher that was talking about how there was this parent teacher conference, right? So that was confirmed, but it wasn't due to what Chris told Nerdy, in my opinion. And I think it's total BS about the flashlight tag. You know what I mean? Detroit, what the heck? And no one has come out and ever said that besides who? Stinky old fish sticks over there. Steve Fisher is the one that started that rumor and blaming Bobby's children, and also with the flashlight tag. There has never been any confirmation of any type of flashlight tag being played. As a matter of fact, we know that there was a cat that was being looked for in the neighborhood by a child with a flashlight. And we can see them walking to look for their cat, right? But that's it. In my opinion, Chris is lying to Nerdy and trying to get him to push a different type of a narrative, and it backfired, right? I think you said the second phone only worked with his wireless internet, no cell service. I know Sebastian had a tablet, but that's it. I wonder if Sebastian was telling his older girl about his life and she was reporting it to teachers. Mr. Chris probably forbade her to talk to him to talk to her. I just think that is all fabricated. I don't think Sebastian needed assistance from class to class. I hate, in Chris and Katie's own words, the or inactions towards Seth show that was one of their motives of harming and disappearing Sebastian to hurt Seth. I mean, Katie has definitely said that she wouldn't even wish this upon anybody, not even Seth, and things like that. They've definitely tried to show Seth in a negative light. It's funny, the smear campaigns that have been happening online for many people who support Seth. But the thing about a smear campaign is it only runs so far, right? You can only smear someone so much to where their actions are going to shine through, and that's what Seth has really done a good job of, is kind of being himself and doing the right thing, and it's overshadowed anything they've ever said. But I agree, and I think that they were trying to definitely set Seth up and make it seem like he had involvement when he was at work all night. Because we will never hear Nerdy Addict say that Seth is a corrections officer who was at work all night. He's telling the story from what Chris told him, right? And I also want people to keep that in mind. That's what Nerdy's doing here. He's not saying anything that Chris isn't telling him, right? He's not even saying his own opinions. He's just recounting the conversation with Chris at this point. So, and I will just back it up just a tad.
Sebastian is vanished now. It's also noted, it's weird because people are saying this correctly. I was told that Sebastian just couldn't make friends, but then I'm also told by Chris that he was playing flashlight tag with the neighbors. I don't know if, for a kid or a teenager, if playing with other teenagers makes them or classifies them as a friend. But again, I'm just relaying the information that was given. And the fact that the dogs then went to that playscape, if they were playing flashlight tag, and then the dogs go over there, that's interesting, right? And what's also interesting is that I guess a couple times Katie or Chris found Sebastian hiding under the neighbor's vehicle. So in that driveway, I guess he wasn't supposed to do that, but it was noted that he hid under that car. So the two, my thought, again, this is pure speculation. Sometimes teenagers can be brutal. I immediately thought was one of these teenagers jealous of Sebastian? Was he, perhaps talking to this girl, this older girl that was guiding him down the hall when she wasn't supposed to? And in between the 2nd and 25th, more stuff happened while Chris was gone. I don't know, but putting the information out there, I feel, is important. So I'm going to stop for a second and I'm going to go to chat because I have not looked at it since running out to the car and switching out the Mac for the PC. So Nikki Jax is not Bobby's kids. Let's get clarity here on whose kids. Bobby's name kept coming up, but I was assuming they were Bobby's kids. Do you know who they are, Brianna? Whose kids, whose teenagers that he played flashlight tag with?
And nobody knows that because Chris is a liar, right? Sebastian wasn't playing flashlight tag with any of the kids. I don't understand how he's telling this to Nerdy Addict, you know, over a year after Sebastian's disappearance, and he's talking about how, you know, there's this flashlight tag game. Katie never said anything about Sebastian playing flashlight tag. What she said is at 9:00 she told him to go to bed. He said goodnight to his mom, goodnight to his puppies, right? And then he went to bed. She never mentioned him going out and playing flashlight tag at all. As a matter of fact, they were telling everyone he doesn't have friends, as KJ Mack put it, right? He wants friends. He doesn't have friends. Well, yeah, I would say if you're out in the neighborhood playing with the kids in the neighborhood, they're your friends, right? They're at least your acquaintances or your playmates. But then again, you know, I don't know very many teenagers that play flashlight tag. I would think that that would be something for more of a junior high school level. At least that was my level, and a little bit younger even than that. Playing flashlight tag in the neighborhood is more of a younger game that younger children would play, in my opinion. And they certainly wouldn't be doing that in the middle of the night.
I think she disappeared from the Zoom. Bobby's boys are homeschooled. They were home all day. I don't know that that matters if he was playing flashlight tag. He didn't play flashlight tag. So why would Chris Proudfoot say that was something they did? So I asked about the lights. Chris Proudfoot said 300% the lights. I don't care what others say. Chris said that the lights were, the first pair of lights were from a neighbor that were bringing the trash down. Someone here is saying that they didn't play flashlight tag. I don't know how you'd know that, but again, I'm just relaying what Chris said. So Bobby said her kids played flashlight tag, said her kids played flashlight tag. And Chris is saying that Sebastian played with them as well. Never played flashlight tag with the kids per the parents. So again, Lisa, that is not the information that was given to me. So I will wait for Brianna to pop back on. I'm going to continue reading chats. People seem to think that some of this information was out there 10 months ago. Great. I assume some of it was. I've heard a lot of talk or chatter about the dogs too. I think the most relevant information that we didn't know, maybe you guys did. I haven't seen it publicly out there. And if it was public, the media would have reported it. So the search warrant was the most relevant piece of information for me. How did law enforcement know there are 3 cameras in the home after? Because they executed a search warrant, Marley. 1 year after Sebastian went missing, they executed a search warrant at the home. And we don't know what the judge authorized them to take, but we know that Chris said that 3 cameras were taken, 3 cameras that were added after Sebastian went missing. So I don't know about Bobby's kids. I don't know about which teenagers, but again, I said it clearly. It seemed conflicting, right? He said Sebastian couldn't make friends, didn't have friends. And I remember talking about it because I said, hey, Eva's kid is autistic. And I asked him if he's made any friends at school. And he said, no, sort of similar behavioral health issues. So I remember him saying it, but I also remember saying that Sebastian liked to play flashlight tag. I'm assuming Sebastian wasn't playing flashlight tag by himself, right? So I'm assuming that he played with the kids in the neighborhood. I'm going to open. I don't know what happened to Brianna.
I'm here.
Well, and obviously, like he said, you can't play flashlight tag by yourself, right? You have to have somebody to tag, and then somebody else will tag you, or, you know, you kind of need more than 2 people to even play flashlight tag, really, to make it more fun, right? More opportunities to get tagged or to tag someone else. But in the same way, I just think that that was all a lie, because I don't think Sebastian was allowed to do that. I mean, according to Bobby, the neighbor, she didn't know who Sebastian was really. And, you know, it didn't even look like they had kids there. So Um, you know, and Valley Gale says, I get nerdy is explaining what he was told, in my opinion. That being said, what he was told is bullshit. Again, in my opinion, I agree, Valley Gale, 100%. Neighbors' dogs would be barking if anyone was outside playing freaking flashlight tag in the middle of the night on a school night. It's absurd. I agree. Coffee, crime, and cats. Absolutely. And again, there would be some sort of footage that would be depicting this activity, and there's none to speak of. So yeah, they do, they like to keep their routine and their patterns. They definitely do. And yes, Jen, he will be found, in my opinion. I think it's only a matter of time. Faye says Chris heard at Bobby's interview saying that when her children were young, they were playing flashlight tag, so he decided to use it. I agree, Faye. It's all fabricated, all a narrative for, in my opinion, he wanted someone else to push that, and Nerdy was the one that he chose because Nerdy was not familiar with the case. Obviously he didn't know who Bobby the neighbor was, right? And that was an interview. We met Bobby back in June of 24. And I'm not throwing shade at all. I mean, I would do the same thing. If I was Nerdy, I would take the interview, right? I would relay the information as I heard it, and then I would present it to all of you guys and see what you all thought and let you know what my opinion is. I mean, that's just what we do on YouTube. So, especially if we're interviewing the family, we have to give them their voice. We have to, or, the stage and their, the opportunity to share their voice, rather, not give them their voice, but give them that opportunity to tell their side of things, right? And we have to listen and allow for them to talk. And when we do that, we are being a better interviewer, right? Because you do ask questions, but you also become a listener, and you're taking the information in and allowing for the person to explain themselves, right? And so, in my opinion, this is the best thing that you can do, especially if you're interviewing someone and you don't know much about the case. You guys watched that process with Jessica, Devlin's mom, and you saw that with his family as well. I let them speak what they want to say in the chat, because I think it's important to allow for that. I want to hear everybody's side of the story, and then I want to look at it through the victim's eyes. And Detroit says, if CP and family can threaten people looking for him, can you imagine what Sebastian went through? Amen, Detroit. In my opinion, he was majorly pissed because Sebastian got him kicked out of the house, and he wasn't about, yep, I agree. He wasn't about to. I think Detroit's got some more to say. Oh, here we go. Let a kid get the upper hand on him. He's the man, in my opinion. I agree. He's a very tough, individual in that sense, where he's, in my opinion, he's a bully, right? And he's a narcissist. And so they're always going to want to have the upper hand in every situation because their ego won't allow for them to take a seat, in my opinion. So, I agree, Detroit.
Oh, sorry.
Do you know if he played flashlight tag? Who the teenage boys were?
Did. I've heard about the flashlight tag. I have heard it is this Bobby, the neighbor. I have heard it was her son and friends that played the flashlight tag. I've not heard if Sebastian actually did or did not confirmingly play. I've not heard one way or the other. So I would hate to say. I don't know. It blew my mind. No, I had to drop down. I was hearing everything that was being said beforehand over it, and then I heard a woman's voice, and I don't know where that was coming from.
Probably Irina hacking our shit again.
Man, I hope not. I don't know. That blew my mind, though. The older lady. Huh.
I guess just for me, like I'm a logical human, and so if I can't imagine Sebastian going and just laying down on her vehicle, right? Why,
no,
Chris?
Absolutely not.
So I would assume that's part of a game, right? If I'm hiding from flashlight tag, that seems like a good hiding spot. So I would think that it's true. I don't know. I wish I had recorded, but it was the first time I didn't record a conversation. But I have pretty good memory.
Well, as I've said, I can relate. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No.
To the actions of a child, in the positions. And my kid's not laying down on the ground for no reason. For one, they don't per se like to get dirty. Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah, it does.
Dirt. The shoes. That's why I said I think he had a pair of shoes hidden that he pulled out of the trash, or like, if my son gets out of his bed, his shoes are on his feet. So, I
think that made it interesting for me because it's in the same area that Chris, again, and we have to take everything with a grain of salt. I don't have a polygraph hooked up to people I talk to. I kind of talked to them and felt them out, and there is no reason it seemed to lie. I think out of everyone involved in this, his alibi, Chris Proudfoot's alibi, would be the tightest. People I've seen chime in and said, wait, geofencing. I don't know that there's any factual information about that. I believe that he came home on the 26th when this all unfolded. He did say something interesting about, he explained why he called the sheriff. There was some, I guess, social media buzz about why he called who, why he called the local sheriff, I think, versus Sumner County or vice versa. I don't know. But he said that he just knew the jurisdiction. He had lived here long enough. He knew whose jurisdiction it was. He knew who would be taking it when they called, and that's why he called the sheriff. He did say Katie left the house to go look for Sebastian. So in the drone footage where you see me launching my drone, I guess she went over to that church. There's a cemetery there. Then headed back. The conversation that he said he had was, Katie called him freaking out. Sebastian wasn't there. Chris over the phone verbally said, well, he's under the bed. Is he here? Is he in the garage? Go check here. He gave, and he wasn't he wasn't there. He wasn't in any of those places. They had a three-way call with the sheriff. I don't know if it was while Katie was in transit. She was already moving towards this parking lot or this church. And that church and cemetery is in between Beach High School. So it's in between where they live in Beach High School. The interesting part is that he said that because the way that he chose the sheriff over the other police department is that he said by the time Katie did get home, the sheriff was already in the driveway. So that was sort of his, I told you, I know the jurisdiction better than anyone. And that's why I called the sheriff. They respond faster. This is their jurisdiction. So
his ego is as big as his mouth is. So
I saw that too. I saw that with the sort of, I said it yesterday when I said I'm disclosing this information. Like I said, I confirmed. I knew he was seeing my tweets because he's texted me on previous nights and clarified or given clarification. He knew that I was waiting. And then as soon as I said I was disclosing, he called my cell phone 60 seconds later. So he was already blocked by that time. But he may have an ego. I don't know if it matters in this case. What matters is bringing Sebastian home.
Absolutely.
I don't know if any of this information helps. I think this is like, and I said this last night on Spaces, it's baffling. The reason so what you're seeing on the screen, this is aerial footage of behind the fire station where the command post was, to give folks an area of the wooded area. Obviously it's pretty dense, but it seems like there's some sources of water down there with that fog there. Typically water on the ground will do that, but without going into the woods, I don't know. I believe others have spent an enormous amount of time digging through these areas and looking for Sebastian, including Stephen Crabtree and more. Given how much resources were deployed to look for him initially, people pointed out how much miles is in between the home, this creek and the dam. Yeah, there's 7 miles in between. It's a long distance, but apparently police felt the need to follow that trail all the way and did a massive search, not just in the woods and caves, bodies of water.
They did have a cave expert come in, and then also, they did a large scale search. I cannot believe with common sense, if I'm using my own common sense liberty, that Sebastian walked 7 miles with no shoes on. right? Barefoot is a big no, right? But even with socks, even with the thick socks with the little grippers, like the what do they call them? Slipper socks. It's hard to believe, right? And it's hard to believe that no one would have seen him walking all the way there. But why would he walk 7 miles, right? Either way, I mean, I guess we cannot presume to know what Sebastian was thinking, because we're not Sebastian, but in the same way, and we don't know him either. But in the same way, I cannot see him making it that far. Anybody that thinks that Sebastian walked 7 miles barefoot, I would invite them to do the same thing in the same weather conditions and see how far they get. Cheryl says, I raised 4 boys and a daughter. Believe me, and you can ask every single one of them that I was one up on them 24/7. Every time they tried to pull something, I was right there waiting, or I would find out. Exactly, Detroit. And I mean, my mom was that way too, and I was the same way, with my daughter. I told you guys about the phone when I, told her she's grounded from the phone, and then the next day she comes home with another phone, but she connected to the internet, and I and I found out about it right away. And it was funny, now, but of course I was, not happy with it at that time. I'm like, really? What the heck? But they try to pull some wool over, mom's eyes, and it's easy to figure it out, right? Because we stay on top of what our kids are doing, especially when they're teenagers. You have to, they're always kind of, going to get into something, right? They're still learning. They're under the influence of their friends and their own, ways of thinking and things like that. But that's because they're individuals, and, kids are going to be kids. Kids are going to get in trouble. They're going to lie. They're going to do things that they're not supposed to do. It's always better for them to do it during their formative years than to do it, when they're older, right? And then they get in trouble with the law and stuff like that. So, that's understandable. 1 year he's retelling lies. Let me guess. CP, the flashlights came out after and before Special Mate Drake Rogers went missing. But CP, can you not home? So how near? How is your narrative? I think telling. Let me guess. Kids tamper with the cameras too, right, Rachel? Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing. Nina says that they had cameras. A lot of people were saying that they had cameras before Sebastian went missing, and then all of a sudden, nothing. Um, uh, it did not happen, Lady Liberty says. Um, it's just hard to believe a lot of what he was being told, just a lot. And of course that 7 mile track with no shoes. Yeah, Liberty. I can't see it. Faye says Chris said 1 to 2 truths to nerdy addict. Katie went to the cemetery that morning, and someone from the family had a burner phone, in my opinion. Yeah, and I think he was telling the truth also about the parent teacher conference, but not the reason why. And not, well, they always want us to believe that Sebastian had some inappropriate actions towards others, right? And I don't believe that to be true to the degree that they're wanting us to believe it, right? Was Sebastian maybe awkward around people? I mean, what teenager isn't? I'm not a teenage boy, nor have I raised a teenage boy. But boys can be a little bit awkward at those stages too. And I mean, here's the thing. If Sebastian had a crush on a teacher, that's not unheard of. Little boys, and even young little girls, will kind of have a crush when they're older, right, on a teacher. To me, that doesn't seem far-fetched or weird in any way. Especially when it's a pretty a pretty young teacher or something like that. But I also don't think that every uh, teacher that you take a liking to is because of that either, right? You might like that teacher because they have a fun classroom environment, or because that their topics are interesting and you like that subject. You might also think they're a nice person, right? A caring, giving person. There's a lot of teachers out there that make a great impact on their students. To make it seem like there was some kind of weird undertone to that, that part is the part that I can't believe at all, right? But I mean, for somebody to have a crush on a teacher when you're in high school, that's not unheard of, right? I mean, it's just it's more normal than not. Now, of course, an adult wouldn't act upon that or think that that was okay, right? But that's for the adult with the boundaries and things like that. But for them to say that Sebastian was being inappropriate with teachers, inappropriate with Faith, inappropriate in his bedroom, all of these things with Sebastian being inappropriate, I don't believe that. You know, could he have maybe popped off one time and said, and this is all alleged in my opinion and for an example, but could he have said one time like, oh, Mrs. Smith is very pretty, or I like her, she always has the prettiest dresses or something, or her hair is nice. Those kinds of things are very normal and not inappropriate. I mean, they are when the adult is, not to be with a child, obviously, but for somebody to say that, it is not inappropriate. It's actually more normal. And again, I just don't believe that he was being inappropriate to that degree. um yeah, to me that's just a way to victim blame, you know. And Detroit says out where they were and who they were with, they can tell, or they can all tell you I was worse than the dog the bounty hunter. Well, and you got to know where they are and who they're with. You know, that's why the Life 360 app was really, nice when my daughter was younger, because then I could have that on her and just look and make sure. Okay, like even one time I remember her little friend had drove over and they had driven up to the gas station, and I was like watching on the Life 360 to make sure that they were okay, right? Because they're girls and they're not, they're dilly-dallying around and they're giggling and, coming back talking about some skinwalker. And I'm like, what are you guys talking about? And then they're laughing and oh, mom, we saw one, and all this just being silly, right? And I'm like, well, you guys took too long to get back from the store, right? But I mean, we were like in such a small town that, I knew they couldn't really get into much. But again, Life 360 was very nice because, it helps you to have eyes in the back of your head, as my mom would say. So, thanks, Chuchi. Thank you for being kind in chat, guys. Everybody can have their own opinions on things. Everybody's different. Cupcake says, does anyone remember when the Ellie found something in the backyard and they never told us what they found? I do remember that. I'm a Cupcake too. So yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. There's many, many things that they have found. And I mean, it's not like they're going to tell us, right? And they haven't told us a whole heck of a lot. Hey, Shadows in the Dark. So, they must know how people are. Let's see. Oh, they must know that there are people who are not going to receive dirty hush money to betray an innocent teenager. People who do that don't have a heart or a conscience. They serve the evil, or they serve the devil. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I couldn't sleep at night knowing that I had camera footage or something like that that could, help law enforcement find Sebastian. Sebastian is innocent in this. And to make him, you know, anything but portray him as anything but is absolutely evil in my opinion. And that is not, anything good to, there's nothing good about it. Well, and I think that here's the thing. Sebastian was dealing with a lot of inappropriateness from Chris Proudfoot, right? Like he was saying, Katie was saying, oh, Sebastian was doing these things in his room, but he was also being showed songs like, My Ding-a-Ling by Chuck Berry, right? And that's a song about, whatever. Um, I guess you could call it pleasuring yourself or something. I don't know, weird. But you just don't show your teenage stepson that, right? Like that's completely wrong. As an adult, again, you have to have boundaries in place.
Seems like they did the right thing, but again, I will point out we've seen other cases where the car was right there in the reservoir. The FBI dive team specialized in doing what they do, dived and came back up and said, no, nothing here. And
we've also seen where when they turn 18, they come home. So
I think that's it. I asked him, like, in Chris, in his heart, like, what do you believe? Like, what do you believe in your heart happened to him? And I think that's the number one answer, right? Is that he's probably being harbored somewhere, that perhaps someone in the family maybe is keeping him safe somewhere else. I don't know. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. That's been one of my main, of course, from the beginning, because I wholeheartedly have always thought Sebastian's coming home. It's why I try so hard to keep negative off my feed. It's why I've never, given an opinion. Because I don't want that out there. What good does it do? It doesn't absolutely.
Good morning, Mama. Good to see you. I think what your opinion does is it does matter. I think people's opinions do matter. I can't stand it when people are like, I'm gonna keep my opinion to myself. Well, that's all well and fine, but there's people out there that like to speak out against issues, or they like to stand up against issues, right? So don't fault them for that either. But I do think people's opinions matter, because maybe her opinion that she's holding back could help us get closer to finding Sebastian. Right? So that's the thing about opinions. It's nice to have everybody's input so that way we can put all of our heads together. And if people are just unwilling to do that, then that in my opinion isn't helping the situation, because you could have that one comment or that one statement, or you could hear something or see something that somebody else didn't before, and make all the difference, So that's my opinion. Before we get into this next part, I do want to show you guys another post that I posted today. And this post is going to be about what happened. Oh, I'm sorry. I think it was yesterday that I posted it. My bad. Yeah, it was. This is about harboring a missing child and it being a crime, because this lady's about to go into, some pretty messed up theories, in my opinion. So, and it's based on what Chris Proudfoot has said. In my opinion, right? So I hope you guys can see that. And there we go. So this was made for a Voice for the Voiceless, which is a very well-known group that does like flyers and things like that. So make no mistake and mark these words right here, right? Harboring a missing child, harboring a missing child is a crime, right? So hashtag Sebastian Rogers, hashtag Chris Proudfoot, hashtag Katie Proudfoot, at Seth Rogers. We are Sebastian's army and we are Sebastian strong, because this was sent over to me by someone who is always helping me with information, who doesn't want credit for anything, who just wants to help, right? And this was sent over to me and I reposted it. So across the United States, knowingly hiding, sheltering, transporting, or helping a missing child avoid being located by law enforcement can result in criminal charges. This applies whether the child is listed as 1, missing, 2, endangered, 3, a runaway, 4, a subject of an alert. That's Sebastian right here. If you know where a missing child is, contact local law enforcement immediately. Visibility protects children. Share to spread awareness. Thank you, a voice for the voiceless. Thank you. Whoever you are, thank you. Because harboring a missing child is a crime. If you are knowingly hiding that child, sheltering or transporting that child, helping helping that child evade law enforcement, even if they're a runaway, and avoid being detected or located by law enforcement, that can result in criminal charges no matter what this person is about to say, because this person is about to spit some untruths. Just brace yourselves, right? Because they're about to really talk a lot of crap. And I'm not talking about nerdy, but I'm talking about his guest here. So no matter what you hear here, right? Law enforcement does take it seriously when you just pretend like you don't know where a missing child is, especially if you're the parents that reported them missing, Chris and Katie.
Zero good. It doesn't help that baby. I'm not going to have the best I can do is help bring awareness.
I asked him.
But I appreciate you guys.
I asked him some stupid questions because while I was there for a few days, like you see these huge lawns, right? And as you drive around, I was hearing gunshots, and you know it's Tennessee. People have guns and people shoot, especially when it's not in this neighborhood here, but a couple of streets down there was gunshots. And I asked him, is it possible like he walked away and walked in someone's yard, and you know perhaps his behavioral health or his behavioral issues arose and someone shot him? I have no idea. I'm hoping for the best, and my mind is still sort of spinning over what happened. The fact that people bring up that Old Hickory Dam is 7 miles away. Yeah, so is Drake's Creek Park. That's about the same distance, and police did a massive search there. The idea was that perhaps he walked over to that area and then went into the water over there. They covered a huge amount of distance in between the house and other areas where they searched. That's just what it is.
Right. And if he walked away, depending on what was driving him, I mean, adrenaline can drive you, you know what I mean? Like,
exactly. Yeah.
To all ends. I mean, I don't really know. You've given me a lot more to think about for sure or not. Like, because that's a couple of things I didn't know that really are important.
They are important. I don't know how. Like we've all thought about it. Don't know how, but it feels like it is important. The details. I think the search warrant for me, like, why, right? Because if they in fact did hand over every piece of, basically the way Chris presented it was they all handed over their phones willingly, all three, right? Katie, Chris, and Seth. He said that his phone took the least amount of time, meaning Chris's, to image. So when people don't know what occurs during this process, police will tie a device into the phone and take a backup of it, right? They don't have to take the physical phone. I think Chris said something like 7 hours. I could be wrong. 8 hours. Katie's took like 10, maybe. It was in the middle and took the longest. Now, that could be for various reasons. It could be because Seth had a different type of phone, right? iPhone versus Android. It could mean that Seth just had that much more data on his phone. And that imaging process took longer. Yeah. So I don't know if it's necessarily meaningful. But yeah, they willingly handed over everything, even car chips. And, he described the moment when the FBI team identified with their Wi-Fi sniffer that there was something, broadcasting nearby on the network. And it turns out there's a device in his truck or RV that was broadcasting and putting out a Wi-Fi signal. It sounds like they really put the effort in to willingly give police what they wanted. But that raises the question of why did police then feel the need to obtain a search warrant from a judge, right? And then to execute it, and then to take devices that were not even present or in that home when Sebastian vanished. Those 3 cameras were added after. That part blew my mind.
And that's not just easy to do. Like, not just a judge is not just going to sign off on a warrant like that for no reason. Like, he's going to have a good probable cause, especially statute they have. And don't come at me. They've been in the military because they do have a statute. Like,
and I wish people would be more brave, right, to tell the truth. This woman is like, oh, don't come for me, just because she's stating a fact and a truth. Guys, we gotta start standing up, right? I mean, don't be afraid to stand up for what you believe in. I mean, I would rather stand up for what I believe in and bear the brunt of that than to be scared my whole life. Oh my God, if I say it, something's going to happen. You're not going to be struck by lightning for telling the truth. Tell the truth. Be honest. Stand up for what you believe in. Be true to yourself.
I respect it. It's just is what it is.
It's certainly interesting. And with the same at the same time, like my mind, like people can use that as they wish, right? That's interesting. But it's been a long time since February 2025, right? He said it was about a year after, and we still don't have any arrests. Here we are in October, right? So the fact that they execute it could make us say, well, police and the judge think that something's going on here, but then everything was taken that was taken, and there's still no arrests or no person of interest, right? So it really depends on your lens, how you're receiving this information.
And I mean, I'm going to be honest. I've shifted mine just a little. Like, how did you not?
Yeah, well, I mean, especially if you're in true crime, to your point, right? Exactly to your point. Everyone knows that it's difficult to go into someone's home and to take devices means that something was spelled out in that probable cause that made a judge sign off on it and allowed them to do it. So, again, you could say, okay, well, a lot of time has passed and there's no arrest, but a lot of time passed in between the time Sebastian went missing and the year that police descended on the house and executed a search warrant. So there's time to hide stuff. There's time to conceal stuff. There's time to delete stuff. So I don't know how to take it. I don't think, and I'm going to continue saying this, and I said this last night in Spaces, I don't think that Chris has done anything nefarious here. I don't. I do think it's interesting that, after our 2-hour conversation, 2-hour plus, he sort of alluded to, well, I'm sorry, Katie couldn't be here. She was available, it sounded like, but she didn't wish to speak. I find that interesting. I'm, again, not implying there's any guilt on Katie's part whatsoever. It sounds like she passed the polygraph. It sounds like the only issue on the polygraph was Chris himself, where he told the person running it, hey, he had to clarify, I think is what he said. Like, he wanted to understand if the guy meant if he had lied to authorities presently or any time in his life. And I can relate to that, right? We're all kids, we're all teenagers, and I'm sure I've lied to cops throughout my teenage years and even my young adulthood. So
of course,
I think, given the stress of a polygraph, he wanted clarification. Doesn't mean that he lied. Doesn't mean that there was an issue with it. It means that he raised the issue himself and needed clarification, and they re-asked the question. So it sounds like they all passed. Do we know why Seth refuses to take an official polygraph with TBI?
No official reasons.
That's interesting to me.
Isn't it?
Well, I mean, to do it on Nancy Grace,
and fall asleep.
Yeah, and to fall asleep.
I mean,
and there's only a portion. I guess he said Nancy Grace only asked maybe 6 questions. Their polygraph team, whereas law enforcement for Katie and Chris asked, I think if I remember correctly, 13 questions. So,
and isn't that episode gone? I haven't been able to find it.
I don't know. I've never even looked for it. Nikki Jack said, do we really know Seth has refused? I don't know. It's, again, I'm taking this from Chris.
Yeah, that's what I've seen it multiple places.
Yeah, I think.
Okay, so Chris is telling Nerdy that Seth refused to take a polygraph through the TBI, but Seth volunteered to take one with the TBI, and the TBI said that wasn't necessary, right? Because he was on camera all night and that sort of thing. They are not going to waste those resources. Now, Nancy Grace set one up independently on her own. So that was a completely different ball game. But the reason why, in my opinion, the TBI has not forced Seth or given Seth a polygraph is because they don't need one. Right? It's unnecessary, and they're not going to use those resources on someone that they're not suspecting. That's my opinion.
I've heard that before too.
And so I do appreciate you letting me.
I appreciate everything that you've been doing for it too. I figured that some of this information was probably repetitive. They took the GPS and OnStar. His RV had Wi-Fi. They took that to analyze as well. I'm trying to read my notes here to make sure I haven't missed anything.
Chris? Though, you bringing up that new information, for a long time, I thought, LA's always going to hold, stuff close to the vest. But I've always thought, is it that they have A, B, and C, and they just can't connect it to X, Y, Z? Like, do they know? You know what I mean? Like, and they just can't put that little...
I don't know. And
you see what I mean, though?
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're saying.
And that year in makes me wonder even more now. Like, my brain is going 900 miles an hour.
Yeah. My notes initially, so when I immediately got out of talking to him, I wanted to do a brain dump for folks in Discord. So I'm just reading some of this stuff. It said the light is 300% a flashlight from his neighbor that took trash down to the road. The same boys where Scent started used to play flashlight tag with him. Once Sebastian was found hiding under the car, Scent dog first picked up the scent at the creek, and cadaver dogs followed to the old Hickory Dam. I feel like that connection to the girl and the teenage boys, if the canines went there originally across the street, and we'll get on the next stream, we'll get details, right? If there are 3 Muslim women there, we will be able to pull the property records and see maybe who was living there to get more clarity, right? Exactly. But, this is what he said. He said the dogs picked up the scent. They went across the street. They first went into the playscape. Now, that could be just for the simple fact that he played, like that would confirm that he played with the neighbor's boys, right? At the very least. So I think that was interesting. And then my mind goes to, well, we don't know where Sebastian is. And, could these teenage boys have gotten jealous that he was trying to interact with this girl that was walking down the hallway? Did something happen that night between teenagers? But for a teenager to be able to... Teenagers can be mean, but I don't think they're good at concealing murders and bodies, right? So
No, but I mean, I've seen some parents do some pretty crazy things for their kids.
Yeah,
just saying.
Yeah, well, crying laundry.
I mean, nothing surprises me anymore. Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, nothing surprises me anymore.
She just got booted. I'm gonna send a new meeting invite so we can continue the conversation. I don't think it's gonna last much longer, but I will go to thank you, Girl Mom. What do the people in the community think happened? We've discussed it with internally in our own Discord, and Irina seems to think that none of the 3 caregivers are involved. We spoke at the beginning about what Chris said, that there was some I guess a difference in opinion from Sumner County. Sumner County said, look, we think Sebastian may have slipped, fell on a rock, and went into the creek. And he said that TBI doesn't think that's the case. So even between, if there's contention between law enforcement, imagine what happens in the public realm, like right here in the chat. So again, all opinions are welcome here. Please state them respectfully. We do the same to y'all. Pate is saying no body. But again, if police are disagreeing on what happened to Sebastian, then expect this divide here and divisiveness with true crime slews and public. There's going to be a divide there. I don't know what happened. I'm going to start this meeting real quick so she can come back in. Brian, I'm sending the link in. Again, the way that I wanted to live stream, had all sorts of fucking challenges from YouTube, from starting at YouTube went down, and then we had some audio. We ended here, so it is what it is. Chris Proudfoot, so Choo-Choo's mommy, Chris Proudfoot, the way he conveyed it was that there's 2 different agencies, well, multiple agencies, the FBI's here too. So, but Sumner County, he said, believes that Sebastian had an accident, right? They believe that Sebastian maybe walked away, slipped on a rock, hit his head, and drowned. He says TBI doesn't think that's the case, and that their opinion differs, although it didn't really go into what that would be, what TBI thinks. All I know is that the 2 agencies don't agree on what happened to Sebastian.
That's unusual too.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I personally, I tend to lean away from that. I don't know why. I guess just because I still think he's with us. Like,
I do too. I feel in my heart that he's.
I do too.
Yeah, I want to state that because if people ask what we think in the community, I think that's what Irina is alluding to too, right? If she doesn't believe any of the three caregivers did anything, same, right? I don't
personally think any of them done anything malicious.
I hope
I don't
that
know.
he didn't go. I mean, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like when you look at that water, it's not like, it doesn't look like water you'd want to jump into. It's dirty water. You can't see through it. It's not clear. And yeah, so.
No, I don't see that at all. No. It'd be like my kid going out here and getting in the pool before we get it ready for the summer. Are you kidding me? If he can't see his reflection in the bottom of that thing, he is not getting in there.
Interesting.
And like I said, he's 18 now, and he doesn't leave his bedroom without at least his slides on.
Yeah. That was another thing Chris said, is that if you place, like, as an example, if you place Sebastian at Texas Roadhouse by himself, even though he's been there several times or to that area several times, Sebastian had no sense of direction. He wouldn't know how to get from point A to point B, even though areas were familiar to him. So
say that too.
Really? Because he told Holly Thompson that he can make it to Culver's and back, that he can make it to his dad's house and back. So I mean, a lot of what has been told to Nerdy here is just pure lies from Chris Proudfoot.
Say that one more time.
It's a real shame because this guy is trying to tell the story, right? He's trying to get it out to a wider audience. And Chris Proudfoot's just sitting there lying and then sitting back laughing, playing games with Nerdy, disrespecting him. Par for the course with old Stinkfoot.
I see that as well. Like, saying sense of direction isn't great. Dirt, it's not locked. Right? The gritty, the textures are huge. Excuse me.
What about a clean driveway? Would your child have a problem with it? Because those driveways are like pristine, right? And they look pretty clean. It doesn't look to be like oily, dirty, etc.
It doesn't matter. My kids aren't getting on the ground.
Yeah.
And then it's just being honest. Like, even probably playing a game. Like he's probably going to just be like, or just look at him.
I'm gonna try.
One thing I struggle with.
This ran much later than I anticipated to, but I would like to invite Kaylee Jones on our next live stream. She did agree that she wanted to come on and talk about it. She's autistic. She went missing from Georgia, and similar circumstances here. If you didn't follow that case, people really were blaming the parents and the caregivers. Thought that they harmed her. I think there were some similar discipline issues in that case as well, where her caregivers were disciplining her in a way that maybe not everyone agrees with, but still legal in that state. And Kaylee walked away and kidnapped, I guess is the technical term, but sounds like she was groomed. She's now an adult. She was found safe. People thought that she was dead. She came home. She came home when she was old enough, and now she's gone. She left, and if you watch her TikTok, I don't think she wants anything to do with her caregivers. But with all that said, I think that she would be a brilliant mind to perhaps discuss this with.
I do too.
Yeah.
I've actually, she reached out to me on TikTok as well. Obviously around and all that. Don't you remember?
I think
I've been here since the beginning.
I think for me, I want details because everyone was looking for her. This was, she was on Nancy Grace. But what did you specifically do to stay out of the public side, right? What were you thinking at the time? And again, she's autistic too, so I think it would give us some insight.
Wasn't she working at the dollar store?
She was. I hit that dollar store. She was working there, and her manager said she wasn't happy working there. Or she had some, I think, behavioral issues too there. But yeah, she
probably didn't like mine. She just don't like people. Like it's just what it is. It just.
Well, I think she was also being forced to work by her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Her caregivers.
Yeah, but anyway, I have talked to her as well on TikTok. She's doing great. I love watching her TikTok.
Gotcha. I just want to go to the super chats for a second. So I typically, we don't typically have this many people in here, but Crema Chronicles, did you speak with Seth or try to? No. And again, I want to clarify that it wasn't even my intent to speak to Chris Proudfoot. My intent was I didn't reach out to anyone. If I wanted to knock on his door, I would have knocked on his door. I was there to do this independently the way I always do them. And the reason that I do that, Crema Chronicles, is because we've worked other cases. People say they want to find a missing loved one.
Sorry, I love how he calls her Crema Chronicles. Oof. Oh my goodness. He's like, listen here, Crema Chron. No, I don't think he was being that way at all. I'm putting words in his mouth, but I think it's funny now, just in hindsight, watching it back. Crema Chronicles, right? With the K, Crema Grandma Chronicles, more like it. Oh Lord. Okay, I'll stop. Go out.
They want you to dig, and then when you start digging and find stuff that they don't want you to find, they get abrasive, they get confrontational. It messes up the case for the person that you're looking for, right? All of a sudden, your focus turns to drama, protecting where your data came from, why your data came. It turns messy. And so, my intent was never to speak to Chris Proudfoot at all. I felt like it was, I'd spent a lot of money traveling to Tennessee from Florida. I had already spent my own money printing flyers for Sebastian. I'd spent a lot of time doing it. We spent a lot of money without any donations whatsoever, doing Google ads for him, both on YouTube and then to our website, where you can get a text version or video version. And so really it was like, okay, if you have a whole shitload of flyers, it saves me $100, right? And so I'll pick them up. You're right there. I went to pick up the flyers and the conversation extended 2.5 hours. So to answer your question, I did not try to speak to Seth. I don't know. I'd have to think about if I want to speak to him. Like, I just don't, given a lot of what he's done, seems to be, I don't know, just take the Nancy Grace. Like, just if you do it for Nancy Grace, why don't you do it for the TBI? Right?
I have no respect for that man.
Yeah, it's like, it's almost like it's for the clout. And if the rumors are true, where he's slept with some of these true crime creators that were working the case.
Oh my God. All right. So first of all, Seth, to the best of my knowledge, he did not sleep with anybody, as far as I know. Right. I mean, I can't say what the man does. Right. That's not up to me, and it's none of my business who is banging who, right? I've said that from the very beginning, even when it comes to Katie, but I just have to say that I think Seth is very approachable. There's certain things that he takes seriously, right? That he's not going to, answer. So I get that. But then again, also, it makes me wonder why no one does try to get a hold of Seth. But I think a lot of it has to do with, in my opinion, is because they want to talk to Chris and Katie, because that's the last place Sebastian was seen, right, or heard from. Well, arguably, the Texas Roadhouse was the last time anybody saw him publicly. But I just want to say that I do not believe that. I'm a cupcake. I don't. It's just, it's not who Seth is. And Jules Acali, I thought you had a good question. Of course, I don't know why they won't clear Seth or anyone, besides the green hoodie. They've done that, which is weird, right? To only clear the green hoodie person. I guess they were in fear for her safety. To the best of my understanding, if my eyes actually saw the footage of someone at work, it would make things so much clearer. People do lie, and I agree with that. I just don't think that the that Seth's boss would lie, like, for him, or any of the people like in positions of power would do that. Like, if I thought Seth was getting special treatment, I might believe that, but I haven't seen him get any type of special treatment, or even, like, in my opinion, the respect that he deserves for being a corrections officer. We had people discrediting him. And as somebody that, has dealt with the discrediting and the smear campaigns firsthand, I just have to say that, they actively are doing that in order to make everybody think that Seth had something to do with it when he didn't. Which is not right, but everybody's entitled again to their opinions or to say what they want on their platforms. 5D thinks that nobody calls Seth because of Chris and Katie's hateful jealousy towards Seth. It's so obvious and disgusting. Yeah, I mean, I second that. I think it's horrible, that no one wants to talk to the father who's out there looking, or who has had, direct experience raising Sebastian, and, had him every other weekend and then some, just depending on kind of what was going on. That's what's been alleged anyway. And, I do think it's horrible that people don't want to see both sides of it. But then again, I would be a bit hypocritical because I don't ever want to talk to Chris Proudfoot. Like, I'm not interested at all in talking to him. I would have a conversation with Sebastian's mother, but that's as far as I would go on that side of the aisle, because I don't trust or believe anything that comes out of their mouths. I mean, that sentiment goes to Katie as well, but I would at least be willing to have a conversation with her. Chris Proudfoot, I choose not to.
It kind of tells you where his heart is. I don't want to judge anyone, but I also don't want to talk to people that act that way. So I hope that.
Not to mention, he's said a few things that shouldn't have been spoke on. In my opinion. Sorry. I always want to add that. And that just ruined it for me. I lost all respect, and I can't help that. There's just some things that's not okay, and that was one of them.
If she asks, do you know why Seth would say that Sebastian is behind a paywall in North Carolina, and if seen in a sporting goods store, he would be with two adults? So there is actually 2 or 3 sightings. There's one that we don't even know about where, the FBI or TBI came back, and this was interesting. Actually, I'm glad you asked the question, Ishi, because this kind of speaks on Seth Rogers. There's been a couple leads, and that lead was no good. They've confirmed it wasn't Sebastian. It did look a lot like him. But it shows you how much Chris Proudfoot knew Sebastian and knew him better than Seth, because as they were looking at it, people, even the caregiver, said, that might be him, right? That might be him. And Chris explained how Sebastian had 3 freckles on his neck. So he knew immediately it wasn't Sebastian. He said Sebastian was pigeon chested. He knew immediately that it wasn't, and Seth didn't. That kind of tells you how much time Seth had spent with his child, right? So I hope that answers your question, Ishi. The girl's mom, what did the people in the community think happened? I think we sort of got to that. We don't know where. I'd like to believe that he is safe, and like Kaylee Jones is waiting to return when he's 18. And I think that's interesting because Chris made it a point to say, did you know there's a law in Tennessee where if you're a parent and you take your child and then you bring him back, it's only a misdemeanor. So I think that's where their heart is too. I think that they want to believe, and they think that Sebastian is somewhere else. They mentioned Texas and California as places of interest. Now I will say, like, if the FBI is involved, I'm sure they've staked out multiple locations, right?
And I agree with you too, Detroit. Going back to JLR's earlier reports on Sebastian's case, if we go back and really listen carefully, and I've done a little bit of that myself, just going back over what he was, bringing out about Katie's side of the family, as well as what Nina was saying and what Chris was going through with Nina in the courts and Faith. He does have a lot of information, and he got spooked for some reason and backed off, in my opinion. Well, and we also know that, Terry Bowersox had met him with a great deal of anger in the street and was trying to take pictures of his license plate and everything like that. That's why I would never dream of even driving, any vehicle that remotely was in my name to Tennessee, because of that very reason, because that's how crazy these people are, is they want to try to, get your license plate number and get you in trouble and all of this weird shit. It's absolutely strange. And I do believe there's a conflict of interest. Absolutely. So I don't think that they're stationed together anywhere, Rachel, but I could be wrong. But I haven't seen any proof of that, to the best of my knowledge. you know? And that's a good question, Detroit. Why was Carter in Memphis with Chris? That's right. That's right, Marion. And I respect that. I respect the First Amendment right to get up on our soapboxes, right? Our podiums or our platforms and speak our piece. And, that's why I try to be very open in the chat and allow for people to talk in here, because I think it's important for everyone to, put our heads together. There could be someone that I completely disagree with, and they might have an awesome theory that I never thought of before. And I think, to underestimate anyone is a mistake, in my opinion. Yeah, I think there's a lot of dirty deeds done dirt cheap. The corruption is real. The corruption is absolutely there, so he could be very close to that, Jules. I can see that, absolutely. Jules, that's funny. That's because Chris needed to pretend that he cared about Sebastian. It's all BS. Seth knows his son Sebastian more than Chris and Katie. I think that it's safe to say that all of them. See, I'm very um slow to think that Chris or Katie or Seth doesn't know Sebastian, right? I'm like, who would I be to say that? So I don't I that part I have to unequivocally disagree with Nerdy on, right? Because the Grandfather Mountain sighting of that child, right? And I don't want to show the child because, obviously it wasn't Sebastian. I looked at the picture, I analyzed it, and I came to the conclusion that I did not think it was Sebastian either. But if I was in the position where there was someone that looked just like my daughter, I would be going there to check it out myself, right? Because people can change their appearances and things like that. And if you're really trying to hide someone in plain sight, you would cover up those identifying, features like a freckle. A freckle is easy to cover up. So I mean, you just got to kind of think of it that way. In the same way, again, I mean, my video is still up there that I did on this sighting, and I always said no, I don't think it's Sebastian, but I think it speaks a lot to Seth going there and making sure, and that's what a parent does, is they show up. But yeah, I mean, look, if I have a stepchild, then I'm gonna know things like that, right? I'm gonna know they have a birthmark or something like that, especially if it's in plain sight visible, right? And things like that, because you do, when you live with people, you get to know them well. So, but to say and to pit the parents up against each other, that's the main problem that we have in this case, in my opinion. And I'm not just blaming it all on Nerdy Addict. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that you know when we go back and forth and say Seth knew him better, Chris knew him better, Katie knew him better, duck season, wabbit season, duck season, wabbit season, right? We just go back and forth, when really that doesn't help us find Sebastian, and I think Sebastian loved all of his parents. I do, because kids love unconditionally. They want acceptance from their parents, and unfortunately for Sebastian, he didn't get that. And that's so sad, because I think that, he just wanted things to be okay. He wanted things to be normal, and that's any kid, that's any person. We don't want our family to be at odds or fighting. We don't, especially not our parents. Now, I don't know what it's like to have a step parent, right? But I knew the way that it made me feel if my parents weren't getting along. It made me feel sad, right? I know what it was like for my daughter, to a certain degree, going through a divorce and things like that. Obviously, I'm not her, so I can't feel for her, and I don't know exactly how she felt. But just the fact that things weren't good, it's very sad, right? Just being the child in the middle of it. And so, but no doubt she loves both of her parents, right? But it's better for her parents not to be together. So it's a very tough situation. And I felt bad for Sebastian having to be in that situation and having to choose do I love more? Who do I want to live with more? That's a very stressful situation for him to be in. And so I think it's important to, just remember that, you know, family loves each other, at the end of the day, whether they get along or not. Now, do I think that something sinister happened in Sebastian's case? Yeah. I mean, I'm about 75% sure that something like that happened, right? I'm about 25% sure that, he could be somewhere out there, right? Like being held against his will in a school or hidden or something like that, especially because they're trying to push that narrative. But I have to sit back and wonder, are they pushing that narrative um, so that people will wait and see, right? Or are they pushing that narrative because they know more, or are they just pushing that narrative to push us in the opposite direction of the truth? But I understand Chris and Katie have been so vile and they've said so many rotten things that, it's easy to believe that, they're pretending to care, So I totally get it, 5D. And I think that, you know, I just think it's an unfortunate situation for Sebastian because we have one parent that is trying to find Sebastian, and we have other parents that are playing games and they know more than they're saying they know. And that's my opinion. Um they did get spooked, a lot of them too, because of they didn't want to end up in court. And that goes across the board for everything, right? Because a lot of people have ended up in court over Sebastian's case. Unfortunately, I'm one of them. Totally unrelated, but also related. Um not pertaining to Sebastian's case, but because of my coverage of Sebastian's case, which shows you how sick people are in this arena, right? Because they're not thinking clearly or, with the brain that God gave them, because if they were, they wouldn't be cyber stalking and harassing and bullying people. But that's just what they do. Again, dark triad, trolls. Jules, thank you so much for your $10 super stickers. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And Janet says CP never liked Sebastian day one and Katie's mother's love, yet abuse makes me wonder. Well, and I mean, I think that, again, a mother can be blamed for allowing her child to be in a situation that's abusive. It's a understandable, but it also can be unfortunate because we're also like victim blaming too. But again, we have to hold the children as a priority over the adult and the adult's feelings. And if the adult is allowing for the child to be in a bad environment, we can only have so much sympathy for the parent in that situation. And you guys know that I'm a huge advocate for domestic violence survivors and victims. So I don't want that to come off like, I'm blaming somebody for being in an abusive relationship, but at the end of the day, you do have to make a plan and get out because it's not good for your kids, it's not good for you, it's not good for anyone. And some people don't make it out alive, and that includes the children, because the children are used as pawns, and sometimes they're even their lives are taken because they know how much the mother loves them. All we have to do is look at Chad Dorman and see how he executed his 3 young children in front of their mother, in the front of their house. All for pure hatred, all for um, all with malicious intent to hurt the other parent. And I think that's again, what 5D was saying as well. And many of you guys, I see and hear you in the chat, that could be a factor here. And I can't discount that. Even though I believe that Sebastian loved his parents, I don't know that Sebastian was receiving the love that he needed, right? But I do think that Seth was one that, in my opinion, was not abusing Sebastian. Otherwise, the CPS reports would have trickled over to his house, right? Sebastian would have been talking about his dad's house as well, not just Chris and Katie's house. He would be talking about his dad's house as well. And I think people need to think about that and really understand that. Just because there was stuff going on at Sebastian's mother and stepfather's house, that doesn't mean that it was going on at Seth's house. And if it was, I believe Sebastian would have told on both of them. I really do, in my heart of hearts. And I don't know Sebastian. I don't know what he was thinking or feeling. I don't know what he would have done. But if I'm guessing or speculating, I would speculate to the point of saying that there would be focus on his father's as well, you know? Thank you, Jules. Yeah, I can't give up that hope. Like I can't. I would hold on to the 1% of that hope. You know what I'm saying? I really would. I really would because I think that it's important. And also, you know, Seth and the way that he keeps the faith is also why I do too, right? I just do. Well, CP didn't even want children of his own, according to Nina. Very true, KJ Mac. Yeah, at least not with her. And I don't get the vibe he likes children. Yeah, because look, I don't think that it like if he wanted to have more children, right? Or if he was a family guy, you know, family man, so to speak, he would have probably had more children with Katie, right? His last and final wife, right, of 5 wives. So and that's what's crazy too is that I don't think that Nerdy Addict understood that or knew that, that, you know, Seth has been married once to the mother of his children, of his child, right? And Chris Proudfoot has been married 5 times, has not had children with anyone except for one of his wives, which was the 4th one right before Katie, and that they were cheating, right, with each other. But let's put it on Seth and say that he's, you know, the fucking Ron Jeremy of YouTube and sleeping with all these creators, which he's not. You know, and hey, we are all human and we all need you know, love and compassion and companionship. And I think that, you know, if Seth had found somebody along this journey or along this um, you know, horrible nightmare that he's going through, that I could never fault him for that. You know, I mean, everybody needs someone. I don't know why Shadows in the Dark Sebastian was not removed. It appears that Sebastian was allowed to stay in the house with Katie and they made Chris, who was the problem, move out. Is the best of my understanding. You know, he did. He did say that immediately, and I there's reason for me to believe that that was just something that he backtracked on and said, "Oh, I knew it because of his birthmarks or, you know, moles or whatever." You know, no. So yeah, I agree, Marion. She says I love hearing other people's opinions because I learn things and sometimes I change my opinion because of hearing what others think and feel. I mean, I agree with that, Marion, and that's the thing too. I mean, there might be something that we've never even, you know, thought about and somebody says it and, you know, it's like it just makes everybody's head turn and say, "Oh, wow, okay." Right? And it can take you know, a lot of strength and courage to come forward and speak your mind because people sometimes aren't don't receive it well, but that doesn't mean that you should stifle your voice, you know, in my opinion. Everything would have been normal if Chris and Katie uh, should have given Sebastian to his father Seth like it was supposed to be, and they chose to do all of it on purpose to hurt Seth. Yeah, and you know, 5D, um, it was right before he was going to, you know, move in with his father. I agree. And I think it would have been better off if they would have, you know, allowed for that and waited it out. But it seems like they didn't want to do that, in my opinion. Um, you know, here's the thing. I was thinking about it, you know, over my little weekend break here, that they would have still had Sebastian every other weekend. Um, and, you know, at that point, if Seth had, you know, even though they shared 50-50 custody, if Seth kind of had the upper hand in the situation, they didn't want to have to, you know, go by Seth's rules, in my opinion. Um, and so it would have been easier to send Sebastian away or harm him, in my opinion, than to have to worry about that, as well as maybe Seth would have asked for child support. There's a lot going on there, isn't there? And then also, if they didn't want Sebastian around Faith and all of a sudden it was his weekend to go over there, right? Then that could have put a damper on things for them too. So just a lot to consider, you know? Ah, oh, well, thank you. Oh, Jules, it's so nice. Thank you so much. Ah, I appreciate you. And thank you. I just think there's something that we are missing here, and I can't put my finger on it. You know, it's the same thing with Devlin's case. It's like something that we just, are missing. Um, Good night, Chuchi. I know I'm right behind you. I just want to finish this this up, but um and I do think that maybe it will come to that. I'm a cupcake too, where we have to help out with something like that, like a legal fund. Um, maybe they can get these two under oath and crack them, you know? So I think that's true too, Detroit. They didn't want Sebastian telling the whole truth. And I think that he was starting to, right? He's starting to recognize like things are not right, and Chris likes to laugh and say that a judge wouldn't listen to Sebastian, and I think that's false. I think a judge would absolutely listen to Sebastian, in my opinion.
I don't know. It won't be. So Heather, I actually went to Clarksville the first time. So for people that don't know,
Oh yes,
like I just said, we ran a Google ad campaign. There was some anomalies. So when we do ads, just like when you go to Google and you search for pizza near me, right? We were targeting Tennessee, the entire state. We direct them to my webpage, and we're able to see the analytics of what people are clicking on, where they come from, etc. And what we saw in Clarksville, Tennessee, was a single source clicking on the ad way more than any normal user would click on an ad. That information was given to TBI, submitted as a tip, and showed them the analytics. Even if it meant nothing, I still submitted it. And I've always wanted, I like to work a case and see the ground and see the area around it. I think at the very least, hang up flyers. I really wanted to hang up flyers and saturate the area flyers. I wanted to fly the drone to see for myself the area around the home and perhaps get ideas of where it was missing. So I hope that answers your question. I didn't reach out to Chris again. I've never reached out to Chris. I've never reached out to anyone in the family. They saw that I was hanging up flyers and offered that they had more flyers. So that clarifies that. North Carolina comment was made 3 weeks ago. What do you mean, is she? Sorry. So is she saying the North Carolina comment was made 3 weeks ago? I don't know. We wasn't the first sighting in like North Carolina. I think there was another one in Virginia. He said, again, there's 2 or 3 sightings with pictures that were shown to all 3 caregivers.
Man,
Seth thought
that one at the wrist stop.
that looked like him a lot. Yeah, no, that did look like him. I'll give it that. But I think they said that when they zoomed in, like there was no freckles and he wasn't pigeon chested. Like Chris stood by that, and he knew Sebastian well. And there's also some conversation about Sebastian moving in. I think people already know this, but Sebastian was going to move in with Seth. Apparently, Seth didn't register in time for school, and Sebastian, because he was homeschooled during COVID, made the decision that he didn't want to move in with Seth. It would mean he had to homeschool because Seth hadn't registered him in school. And so Sebastian chose to stay with Chris and Katie. I think that says a lot when a kid chooses a stepfather over the biological father. I think the child is telling you how they feel. And obviously kids are kids, right? Kids will
Well, I just I don't ever want a child to have to pick like that. Such a bad, awful, precarious situation for a child to be in, right? I just do not like that. I did not like that for my daughter. I don't like it for any child. Sorry, I wanted to post our friend KJ's link as well. So yeah, I mean, I'm just always hesitant to do that. I think the children love all of their parents and they just want things to be going normally. And when they're not, it's very tumultuous a situation. It's a very bad position for the child to be in. And I just don't think that it's fair. And also, please go sub up to 5D. Thank you, 5D, for all of your coverage on Sebastian. Just, always keeping him at the forefront. I so appreciate that. Hey, Bo. And so, well, exactly, Shadows in the Dark. They're not being too proud, and they're also making sure that the family has been, cleared in order for them to be able to move forward and not, have people side-eyeing them. And I think that that's very important, as well. So, but yeah, I just think that there was this major disconnect. Good night, Star. That was really you know, going on from the very beginning, right? After people were siding with Seth, and um not with the Proud Feet, right? And Seth didn't want to be a united front for them because, he didn't believe what they were saying. He believed that they had something to do with Sebastian's disappearance. That didn't mean that he wanted people to bash them. But again, he didn't want to be, doing interviews with them because he knew that they weren't being truthful, in my opinion.
They can get away or feel like they can get away with something somewhere else, right? People have to realize that Chris was, he's the one that put the foot down on the behavioral health issues, or when things went down at school. He was the one that had to take away electronics or punish Sebastian. And so, but it still says a lot. Sebastian still wanted to stay there versus Seth.
Well, and Seth was gone a lot. And speaking from the mother's perspective as in that area, and anybody can say whatever they want to say. I could see it when Katie was with Sebastian at Texas Roadhouse. They have a close connection. Like, they do. Like, my kid follows me everywhere. Still. Even at 18.
Okay, well, I see what she's saying about the connection that Sebastian had to his mother, but in my opinion, it was not reciprocated. Katie treated Sebastian with disdain, like he was a second-class citizen, like she treats everybody, in my opinion. What I saw in the Texas Roadhouse footage was a mother that seemed like she didn't want much to do with her son. She was on her phone the whole time, not, interacting with her son. And when she was busy taking pictures on the sly and, being really strange. Now the connection that I saw with Sebastian to his mother, yes, he was very involved, and he was even looking in the same direction as she was when she was looking in that direction, right? Again, he was watching the green hoodie interaction like a hawk. So no, they did not find any dog turds to my recollection, to the best of my recollection, Joe. This is drone footage from Nerdy Addict. So, oh, amen. Amen, Detroit. Please, dear Lord, bring the truth to light. We are putting our faith and trust in you. Please find their voices and find them. Thank you. My prayers never cease. Oh, and I'm praying with you, Detroit. That's beautiful. Thank you so much for that. It's so important for us to do that and to give that over because it is a lot to bear, especially for the family. But everybody that's followed this case, it's just been, a lot to cover, right? Because it's not a good situation for poor Sebastian. He was really going through it, guys. No matter what they try to say, he was going through it, and it's not fair for him to have to choose or be monkey in the middle,
And constantly asking me what he can do. Can he do anything? It's just, it's that connection. There's extra care given. There's extra bonds made. And a lot of people don't understand that.
Yeah, I mean, put it in perspective. Like, if I was a teenage boy, I loved my Game Boy growing up. Like, if my parents were separated, I'd go with the parent that allowed me to play my Game Boy full time, right? And Seth was that parent, right? Seth would allow him to do stuff that he wasn't allowed to do at home. And Sebastian Sebastian still chose to stay where he was.
Yeah. And a lot of times with children like that too, the connections, because they do lack connections with, per se, other children, like the connection with, like, per se, a mother is stronger. Like my son, for instance, like, I'm his best friend. But it's because we have that connection, and I do for him and provide, understand.
I also have to like go back to motive. Like everyone that's slung allegations at these people, what would the motive be? Like, why bring your son to Texas Roadhouse to bring him home to do something harmful to him? It doesn't make any fucking sense. Sorry.
No, it doesn't. No, you're right. It doesn't. It absolutely doesn't. And I agree. I'll stand on that. I don't think he did anything to Sebastian.
And I also don't think Sebastian walked 7 miles to Drake's Creek Park, right? No.
Maybe 7 feet.
When people ask why I'm there 2 years later, you know, being on the ground, like, I zoomed in on Google Earth and I'm like, yep, but like, here's where he went, right? Drake's Creek Park and right to the lake and maybe he's in dam. But when you drive these roads, there's no space to safely do that the time of night that he went by. Also, people in Tennessee are like really caring. Like they're really
and
friendly.
Barefooted at that. I mean, come on.
Everyone.
Okay, so I'm glad that he was able to, deduct that and be like, hey, there's no way that, I don't believe that, or, there's no way that he could have done that. And he's absolutely right with the roads he's describing here. It's just, I don't see that being an outcome. I really don't.
I encountered was like super friendly. I can't imagine someone seeing a teenage kid walking on this tiny little shoulder of the road barefoot and wouldn't stop to help him out. Like it just doesn't seem plausible.
And crazy that nobody's seen him.
That's the other piece, is that I don't quite like every other case. There's a camera trail, and these aren't, you see these homes, like most of these homes have surveillance, CCTV, Ring cameras, say like 1 out of 5, if I had to take a guess. And there's no trace of them. There's not a single trace of them.
I truly think all of us may be a little flabbergasted when everything comes to a head, maybe.
Pate just texted me. She said, my voice is changing. That's because my roomies are trying to sleep. For those that don't know, I'm a sober home getting sober, and this whole night was a clusterfuck. This was supposed to start at 8 and we started later. So I've lowered my
sorry.
voice.
You should have just went without me.
No, it's all right.
But I do appreciate it.
And I see people throwing, maybe trying to, at Barbecue Lady. Like, I don't know. It seems like everyone's best intent. People have been on the ground. I don't throw any shade at someone who's helping, looking for a missing kid. If you are, then you need to look inward. I don't
know her.
No, just.
I agree with that. I mean, I don't have any reason to dislike or not like or like Barbecue Lady, right? I think she's mainly on TikTok, and I've never even watched like a video of hers that she's done. So again, I think anybody that is going at odds with people who are actually trying to find Sebastian is something that we should probably look inward on, so I do have to agree with that statement, because if people are really trying to find him, then it doesn't matter whether we like each other or not, right? We're just trying to find Sebastian. We have the same goal, so there's that, right?
Briefly reading the Barbecue Lady is the one that put me in touch with Chris. So she's the one that said, look, he's got some flyers, and go ahead and head over there and grab them. So
well, then I appreciate her.
Exactly. I do too.
I appreciate you. Like, I appreciate everybody that's been somewhere I can't be.
I will say I did, I think I'll end it here tonight, and we will plan on perhaps getting Kaylee Jones on. I did speak to her today. She just moved up north. I've been waiting to hear from her for like 2 weeks, and she finally responded. She asked about the case, so she's interested in it. I'd like to get her on and pull her thoughts on this as well.
I think that'd be great.
I think it would be great too. Yeah.
I'm down anytime. Just let me know.
Yeah. Trying to think if there's anything.
My name is Nikki, and I keep seeing everybody saying Nikki, and it's throwing me off because that's what everyone calls me away from Twitter.
Ishi, thank you. The super chats are appreciated. Thanks for covering Sebastian. I know about the first sighting. I'm saying Seth said he's in North Carolina behind a paywall. That's crazy to me. He said it on another content creator's channel. What does she mean by a paywall? When I think of a paywall, I think of like when I go to Daily Mail and they want to make me pay to read an article. I know about paywalls in the technical world, but I don't know what. Maybe you can. You don't need to send a super chat to clarify. It's appreciated, but you can just type it in and tell us what you mean by a paywall. Thank you, Barbecue Lady. Barbecue Lady says, thanks for going, hanging flyers, keeping his name out there. You know, yeah, it was moving my feet, and I have some other stuff going in my life, and I like to stay busy. I think it was really, like, it made my heart sort of feel good when the lady said, everybody knows Sebastian, right? And it kind of made me, okay, well, I need to sort of get out of Hendersonville and hang these flyers up elsewhere and go to events and hand them out, and that's what I did. But, you know, I have footage. There's, Opry Mills, where people said that this is another thing that sort of leaned on Sebastian actually having people he hung out with. Someone said that he went to Opry Mills, which is like just a big mall with people that he knew. I did not clarify that with Chris, so I don't know if that's accurate, but people seem to think that was true, but I don't know.
It just looks like he done so much. And all his pictures are... Let me see the same thing as someone else. So I don't know.
Yeah. This is a baffling case, and I think I hope my heart is right, and I hope that he's somewhere safe with I guess for me that even that though, like why? Like why? I guess. It seems like he wanted to stay with Chris, and like Chris wasn't expected back anytime soon. Like Chris came back on the 26th because this unfolded.
See, you can just keep talking, you answer your own question.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you again for having me.
You are welcome. Thank you very much for joining. Thank you guys for tolerating the shit show that this was at the beginning. I hope that at least the search warrant information makes people think about this maybe in a different way. It looks negative, you know, that police had enough to go search the home, but there's also some positive to it that there's been nothing found that we know of, or if there was, we'd assume there was an arrest, or but also police are keeping a lot of this stuff tight to their chest. So I appreciate you guys coming on. It's late and I need to give my roomies some quiet. So I hope you guys at least have a better idea of the area, of sort of the land around him, and you know, the different various terrains. Like I said, I don't think that he walked away, and I think if he walked away, someone would have stopped. So
all right. So, you know, I agree. I agree with what Nerdy's saying here. You know, I think somebody would have seen Sebastian on camera if he walked away. Absolutely. I absolutely think that there would have been some sort of camera footage that had come out, or some way of us seeing Sebastian, you know, his movements, right? Just kind of like with Riley Strain. I know, Jules, that's why, you know, I can't hate, you know, I mean, I wouldn't even mind having Nerdy on a panel. I think he's intelligent, you know, and just because I don't agree with a lot of what he's saying doesn't mean that, you know, I can't find value in what he did there. Just like when he put out the Google ad, you know, whatever the keywords, I'm not even going to pretend like I know exactly what he's talking about, but we would do similar things in real estate marketing and things like that. So I think that's smart, you know, and he also is super tech savvy, right? So I mean, you know, it's just interesting, different perspectives to me, and we just really didn't get into this enough because I was on, you know, it was kind of on the same, you know, trajectory, excuse me, to go to Tennessee last time when all of this was coming out, and so I was doing a lot more listening than I was reviewing or talking about this. So I'd like to pull in some more about what Nerdy Addict and the because there's more to this. This was kind of like the part one, and then he did a couple more lives on Sebastian, and then it even prompted him to you know, make a program to look at heuristics and things like that. So again, I would just like to, you know, present some of that information and talk about that as this 2-year mark approaches, because it is really kind of a bit of a snapshot of what has happened over the last couple of years and how Chris has changed his story and how it's evolved. Um, you know, well, exactly. KJ says if someone puts you in touch, I'd want both sides of their if there was a conflict between them. He believes that Sebastian preferred CP here, actually states it. Yeah, and I mean, I think that's from what he's being told by others, right? And then maybe even what he was told by Chris Proudfoot, right? Because Chris Proudfoot's trying to make himself seem like dad of the year, and I knew Sebastian better than his own father, things like that, and we know that that's not true. You know, we can see the um contempt that Chris Proudfoot had for Sebastian, and there wouldn't be 4 CPS reports if that was, if things were just hunky dory. 5D says it's disgusting how Katie can allow a man she never met, or excuse me, let me start over. It's disgusting how Katie can allow a man she met in the Navy to try and control her sons and her son's father's lives. Yeah, absolutely. It's not normal. She wanted money and material things and she let greed blind her. I mean, I think so too. And I think she absolutely loves Chris Proudfoot, right? And she wants to be with him and she took the ultimatum, in my opinion. Um, it is messed up as it seems. Women pick their men over their children all the time. And I do believe there's a darker element to Joe. Katie herself has spent a lot of time trying to play this little country bumpkin and, oh, I wish people would be more productive and, Miss Holier Than Thou, Miss, Queen of Sheba, and all of this delusions of grandeur that in my opinion Katie has. And I think that when it comes to Katie's public persona, she's always trying to tweak it in order to get a different result, um, because people don't have a positive view of Katie, right? And then as time has gone by, she's come out and looked even sillier and sillier, right? And then just most recently putting her foot in her mouth the way that she did. Um, yeah, and I mean, I can't even fathom it either, Detroit. I can't believe you would choose a man over your child you gave life to. It's inconceivable. I mean, I agree, and it's like most of us mothers would tell him to take a hike, right? But there are women out there that are willing to do what they're told and, stand by your man no matter what. But what about your child? What about the young man you're raising? It's unfathomable. Um, and KJ says, I guess my point is, why didn't he seek out other information to confirm that yeah, for me, this is basic. No, I agree with you. I do. I don't think that he did enough research. I think he was kind of crowdsourcing the information, like he was saying in the beginning, which I do that as well, right? But I always ask people like, okay, where did we get this from? Or I might, send it to someone else and say, I don't know if this is true, but what do you think? Right. Or I might Google certain aspects of it to see, if there's any information out there on it. So I think that it's a really good practice, to absolutely check into things yourself. And there's so many interviews out there, right? I would just invite Nerdy to go watch my Polished Turds series. I mean, if he wants to be semi entertained, with my memes and stuff and my little gifts that I put up there. But honestly, all he has to do is kind of look back at what they have said, and the comparisons of interview to interview, and it's a lot to get through, right? And when you're coming into a case almost 2 years in, you're drinking from a fire hose, so to speak. It was the same way when I came into Devlin's case at 5 months, right? I was like, oh my gosh, there's so much information out there. And you know yeah, I do think Katie shows psychopathic tendencies. I do. Right. Yeah. CP is antisocial. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and I think with he has narcissistic personality disorder too. And when you have those two disorders, um, it can be I mean, it's a monster, right? It's a charming monster is what you get. You know, and their intentions are almost always nefarious. So, material girl, that's right, Marion. In my opinion, Madonna summed KP up in her song Material Girl. Yeah, absolutely. Um, how nammy-pammy to be him over a belt. Yeah, he forgot to put on and he goes ape shit, yeah, on a kid with a belt, yeah, for him not wearing one. And you know, I believe he lied about that, Jen, because he went back and forth with that, didn't he? He sure did. You know, telling Nancy Grace, "Oh, that happened years ago." But then he was saying, "Keep in mind, 15-year-old child." He said it right to Smiley, right? So he's such a liar. I would be wholly pissed if I was nerdy. You know, I'd be like, "What kind of fool do you take me for, you stepfoot?" You know. So, um, that's right. A woman is a vessel, Detroit says, with the ability to create a child. No man could perform this without a woman. That's right, Detroit. And the thing is that, you know, we are there to protect our children. We're there to be their advocate for, you know, to protect them. And I just don't understand how Katie could do it to him. I really don't. It breaks my heart. You know, if I was to sit here and talk about just that, you know, the trust, the love, the you know, connection that Sebastian felt to his mom for her to just be cold as she is, I mean, I would be up here bawling. I would. I'd be ball bagging. What did Katie call it? Ball bagging. You know, and I do think that Southern Belle thing is the devil incarnate. I agree. I saw that, Detroit. Let's also throw in oppositional defiance while we're at it. Yeah, I know, joking in my opinion, maybe not joking, but still in my opinion. KJ, I got that. He does act like a defiant little child, doesn't he? Like a little stinker of a child, you know. Oh, hey Holly. Aw, thank you for the green hearts. Yeah. Joe. But yeah, no, we're gonna kind of go back over that interview. I don't know if I'll have time to download it. I hope he doesn't mind if I review it. I'm not doing it to bash him, you know. I appreciate and respect people that come with the receipts because a lot of people on here don't, you know, or they come with the receipts that they only want to show half of and stuff like that. You know, I'm all about let's see all of the receipts, right? And that's why it's taken me so long with this other video I've been working on because again I had to go through, I had to make room for it, but then also I was going through a lot of these text messages and things that I just think people need to see. But I also have to be mindful that these people are going to try to get this video taken down. So I also have to make sure that I put some safeguards in place in order to be able to present it to you all, and then you guys can use it as a reference as you need to, because some of the things that we're going to discuss in that video are important to the overall case and then also just the overall well-being of YouTube. So I really want to work hard on this video and make it to where it's a very well thought out and poignant piece. And when you watch it, I want you guys to be able to understand exactly what kind of people we're dealing with here in Sebastian Rogers' case. People that should never have been involved in his case, in my opinion, because they're not trying to find him. They're trying to cause trouble and attack people and cyber stalk and bully people. And it's not appropriate. It's not right. It's not what is needed here. What is needed is us to focus on finding Sebastian Rogers, right? What happened to him? Where did they take him? What did they do to him? Whoever they is, right? Um, but at the end of the day, if Chris Proudfoot does not want us to do the gathering of voices, then maybe they should come clean. Maybe they should tell us where Sebastian is. Better yet, tell law enforcement where Sebastian is. We need Katie to speak up. We need Katie to speak up. you know? Aw, Jules, thank you so much. I appreciate your support always. Thank you. The whole belt thing, Sebastian didn't join the military, just what and the actual did yeah, did Foot think he was doing? Yeah, exactly, whacking Sebastian over a belt. He had no right to do that, KJ Mac, and to let another man put hands or a belt on your child, I don't care if he was beat with it once or 10 times. I mean, obviously it's worse if it's 10 times, but it doesn't matter to me. I'm telling you, you touch my kid with anything, I'll put your ass in jail myself. That's just where I'm at with that. I again, did not introduce my daughter to a whole bunch of people after my divorce or anything like that. Um but even my current boyfriend, he knows, who comes first, and he's mature enough to understand that. There's a big difference when you have a man child versus a man, right? And there's just no contest. Like the kids come first. It's not about anybody but the children, and you don't as a mother ever let another man or their own father, in my opinion, put hands on the kids like that. You know, again, I'm a firm believer in that's not the proper disciplinary measures or methods. But then again, everybody has their own parenting style. So I try not to judge, but I just don't see how that's teaching the child to fare in the real world. Because if you get mad at somebody, you can't just whack them, Detroit. You just can't whack somebody at work. So if somebody makes you mad, you have to learn to use your words and you need to learn to communicate, right? So but yeah, Jen, I think that we need law enforcement to listen. I hope that we can make a difference doing this. And again, if you guys want to help out with the trip, the links are in the community tab, right? And if you want to write a positive message to Sebastian, please put it there. I'm going to be pulling out the ones from the um, emails that you guys have sent me. I've been working on pulling those out, and then I will go ahead and post the posters as soon as I'm done with them, but I have to print out, some pictures of Sebastian and things. I was thinking about maybe doing some word bubbles or something, but I just don't know if if I might just, print out the words and, cut them out and paste them to the board or something like that. But I'm working on that. 5D says Chris and Katie try to put the same fear they used on their puppet channels onto everyone else. Yes. And when people followed their rules, they laugh and say, yes, I can control you. It's not right. Well, I agree with that, 5D. They love it, right? And they play everybody for a fool, right? That will allow for them to play, and I've said it before, like in the beginning when I started covering this case, Mr. Stepfoot likes to play too much. He really likes to play, and it's ridiculous to some of us. We can tease him or make fun of him, and things like that might make us feel a little better. But in the same way, it's preposterous the way that these parents have turned this into a circus. And again, I'm not happy with what At Night's been putting out either, because I don't think it's proper to put out even redacted information that could jeopardize the integrity of an investigation. I don't know what they're thinking. In my opinion, it's not right either. And I will always call out the bullshit as I see it. I'm not afraid to do that. And I understand that I'm not always going to be well received when I do that. But again, I have to stay true to myself. KJ Max says a man should not touch the child of another man. It's not his child. He is breaching a serious boundary. Absolute disrespect. Amen, KJ Mac. And let me find out that another woman put hands on my kid. Woohoo, doggy. You know, it's on. Yeah, you don't do it. It is respect. It's about respect. It's about treating the children, children are little people, you know, children are little people, and they should be treated like a little person, right? They should be treated with respect. You know, we have to remember they're learning, they're growing, they're going to make mistakes, but to scare the, literal crap out of them and beat on them for it, that's teaching them absolutely nothing. And it should never be allowed, in my opinion, especially when it's not the child's father. But even so, um, that doesn't fly, you know. That's right, or the dogs, right, or the cats. That's right, KJ. Aw, I love you guys so much. You guys are amazing. I really want to kind of keep focusing here, and then, like I said, I'll be working on my video behind the scenes. And then, of course, please feel free to write some positive messages. And then I will be sure to kind of let you guys know what's going on as we're you know, working on the voices, the gathering of voices, as we're going through. Oh, and then also, like I said, I want to get a card, or if I can find some of my crafting stuff around here, it's probably under my bed. But I want to either make or just get a card for Seth, just not anything big or anything, just to go with the surprise that I've gotten him from the channel, right? Just something for Sebastian's 2 year. I know it's not, anything special or anything like that. I just want him to know that we care here and that, we support him. We support the efforts to find Sebastian. So if anybody does send over, well, anybody that's sent over like the cash apps or any of the like supers, stuff like that, I'll make sure that I say, your guys's names and stuff like that in the card. So I'm gonna be sure to take a screenshot of that, or not even a screenshot. I could just like take a picture on my phone, but kind of here on out, because I can actually see those better, like from the cash apps and Venmo. So I'll pull those out too, because like I said, anything that I've done, even the poster boards and stuff, I've used from the funds that you guys have helped out with. So and it just really makes a huge difference. Yeah, absolutely. I'm a cupcake. And it just, I couldn't do what we do here at the channel without you guys. I just couldn't do it. And I appreciate just everyone's support and love, and just want to bring you guys along, um with me for this, because I know a lot of you want to be there, and I know that a lot of you can't be there, right? And so I want to be able to, bring you along and make you feel like you're there. So we're going to definitely do that moving forward. And you're right, Marion, give respect and get respect. I'm a huge believer of that, right? It's a two-way street always. I think that's a good way to end it. So, well, thank you guys all so very, very much. And I will see you guys all tomorrow on our late night show.